go over the recap. I don't know if you want to recap it yourself, or I can read you guys the recap that I had for the bot.
Did you not hear? Did you not hear the
Yeah,
recap I did?
Nope, I didn't hear anything. What was that?
Yeah, Reed did a good job.
Oh my god.
Goddamn.
It's okay. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
You did a beautiful job.
It was well done and concise.
I've just got a memory like a sieve, so.
Okay. Well,
I'll do it again, I guess, for the DM who didn't listen.
yes, please.
Ooh. Oof.
I don't remember that part of it, woofing.
Anyway,
I
six
mean-
adventurers
We're not
adventurers
sure.
woke up from their confusing dreams and stuff and met in this new world where they all got on board of a supernatural train filled with ghosts and real passengers. A couple of the specters were going out of control. For some reason, they've been tasked by the conductor, a little frogman, to help out those specters and get them to, I guess, pass on. You can do it as they helped out each one. Welcome back.
Thank you.
As they helped out each one, they made it to the front of the train where an elemental that was controlling the steam engine went out of control and they had to fight it. They beat it. The train went off the tracks and crashed. Noctis and Ryuji saved two of their unconscious team members, making it where they were unconscious in return. And everybody passed out under the light of the crooked moon, growing even stronger than they were before. Passed out under the light of the crooked moon. That's where we left off.
Beautiful.
Growing even stronger than they were before.
Beautiful.
I really enjoyed listening
That's where we
to that
left
again.
off. Growing even stronger than they were before.
Beautiful.
I really enjoyed listening
That's
to
where we
that
left
again.
off. Say again.
I did say again, yes.
Beautiful.
You little shit.
Mhm.
Say again.
I did say again, yes.
Let's really stick the middle finger at him.
I had
Stop
to
be-
kill 2 minutes. I had to kill 5 minutes. So yeah, of course.
Stop being a troll.
I know, right?
I mean, we all also did discover that Nox is, in fact, a bloodthirsty vampire.
Yes.
Oh, that is true.
And I wonder how.
I don't know how.
Wonder
It's
how.
magic.
It's not true. He's a good
Definitely-
boy.
Definitely didn't drug him.
You didn't drug him?
No, I said,
Ooh.
No.
I mean, they did. They just emotionally.
yeah, they
say-
did. They fucking,
I'm pretty sure you
they're
did, by the
brutally-
way.
They emotionally
they
blackmailed
his
him
ass.
into doing it.
He's like, hey, look at this red liquid that you should drink. And then he's like, oh, being trusting. He's
Oh.
like, oh, I'll drink it real
I
quick.
couldn't. Not me. No, don't give me the red liquid. Oh.
To be fair, it smelled like wine.
All you need to know is that Ryuji didn't get on your case about it, but he definitely thought to himself, "I knew you was a fucking vampire."
I like vampires.
Wait, is my shit working on dead?
Technically, in not so metagaming, yes.
Okay. Because that'd be funny if I could heal everything I did.
That would be funny.
Like, if it's a creature, it doesn't specifically say that I can't heal undead. We're good.
No. I'm Magic the Gathering vampire.
Magic the Gathering vampire. That's crazy.
Yeah, they did the crossover with D&D.
I know they did. I bought
I've
all of
never
it.
played it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wait,
I bought the dragon pre-con for that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That I've never fucking used.
All of my friends said they're gonna show me how to play Magic Gathering.
Ooh, you definitely should let them. It's a really fun game to play.
They're not your friends if they like you.
They're older than me, funny enough.
Alrighty. We will now begin the section Crooked Moon.
Alright, chop chop.
Alrighty, come on then.
Ends the session. He's like, okay, guys, we're good. We're done.
Alright, everyone get out.
Your character sheets, your characters are right here in the scene, just for ease of access for you guys. Wanted you to be able to see your characters, stuff like that. Stupid thing. Alright.
What are these little balls that are floating around?
Me.
My testicles.
That's-
I
it's
don't
our
have any.
Or I should
first-
name one of them Ryuji.
Alright. You guys have all just
That would be our
landed,
mouth.
and
Oh, you can see each other's mouth? I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Stop it! As you prepare to rest in the new area that you have ended up in, the air cold and damp, carrying the scent of moss and iron, gnarled oaks loom like ancient tentacles, their twisted branches scraping against one another high above. And then you notice it. Through the thin canopy, a crescent moon hangs suspended in the sky. It does not drift, does not change, it only glares. Its crooked smile, carved across the heavens, a mocking grin of pale light that washes the forest in an unearthly dim glow. Its gaze is fixed, unblinking, as it watches your every step. The very shadows of the trees bend subtly toward it, pulled as if by unseen threads. As you walk around the area that you landed in, the great trenches carved in the earth appear all around you, and they look as though something had plowed through the forest floor. As you look at them, they appear to lead deeper within the forest. I don't know why I wrote it like that. If you follow the trail, you'll find a wreckage. It is up to you if you want to follow them or want to stay where you are and take a long rest, of course. But that is up to you.
Well, tactically, me and Noctis were. Since us waking up from the wreck.
This would technically be yes, when you have waken up from the last crash.
My head.
Usually instantly jump up when he does. A surprisingly strong gust of wind
He farted.
will happen. What did happen? Holy shit! I'm not dead.
That was a nice breeze. Do it
That is
again.
not dead. What the hell?
That's
Does
one
anyone else
trick.
feel kind of awesome?
No,
No.
I feel like I got thrown out of a locomotive.
That would be because we did. Which should feel so much worse than it does. It don't. That is excellent.
Oh.
Excellent to hear.
I'll kind of sit up and kind of pop my
Sign
joints back
language.
into their sockets.
I sign language to Shepard. I think I'm okay.
I sign back.
You can just tell me what you signed back. It's okay. It's okay. You can just say
Nah,
what you signed.
Simply typing.
Nah, it's a lot more. It's a lot more fun if he typed.
I mean, yeah, sure.
It's
I
all yours.
guess.
Reuse. The only reason I'm not typing is because while Ryuji can do sign language, he knows that the shepherd can understand him. So he's just seeing what
Hey,
he
they don't need
does
to sign
and
back
saying
at
it out
me.
loud. Yeah, he's not signing back at you. He knows you know how to speak, that you can
know he-
understand common.
Yeah,
It's almost condescending if you do that.
maybe just keep it quiet.
Well, that was
Okay.
a bump. Well, that was a very bumpy ride, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that's one way to put it. Everybody good?
I think
Trevor
so.
walks around looking to see if everyone's alright.
Maybe a bit of my pride, but that'll heal. Stands up and cracks his back a bit.
I smack you on the back. I'm like, what do you mean pride? You fought bravely and you protected one of your own when they were unconscious. That's a good man in my book.
I should have done more. You know?
You
I
did enough.
feel-
Like what? Stop the train?
Yeah, it's this entire travesty that has happened. All those ghostly passengers can't, travel anymore.
I don't think that was our fault, and pretty sure that frog dude to fix
We
whatever
helped.
the hell
We,
with that.
you think about it, we actually helped a lot of them anyway.
Do you even know where that frog went?
You
We
think
hopped
he's trying to
away.
abandon?
I don't know,
Probably.
probably the same way that train went. Let's get moving. Boy, it's creepy as hell. It's up at the moon.
I'm
That's
glad you're.
unsettling.
I'm glad you're okay, precious Knox.
Thank you.
We're
like,
using
you are-
fucking laugh. Precious.
He is precious.
He's
Gee,
just
we
a
don't-
baby.
He has he may have some slight problems with transforming, but he's still a good guy underneath it all.
I feel emotions I don't think I understand, so I'm just going to keep moving.
Known each other for like 3 days. All right, come on, Precious Knox.
I hate
Let's
this.
get moving.
I hate this so much.
Yeah, she has absolutely, unfortunately, nicknamed you.
In that details,
Isn't
nickname is
it?
precious.
My nickname is Nox.
Um,
I have a full name.
Sure thing, Precious. Let's go.
No, that is bad.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, we'll
No, she's not.
we'll follow
I was about to say, no,
we'll
she's
follow
not.
the trail.
Yeah,
We'll follow the trail in the forest that was created by assume the train.
Yes, your assumption would be correct in that it was by the train. Just give me
Should we
one-
check to see if there's any more bad people on that train, or should we?
I'll just say, right now you're currently just standing inside the forest, so like I don't really have any images for you because you're currently walking through the forest. And trailing that will lead you to the heart of the wreckage, so I'm going to give you guys a little while to roleplay your walk over there.
Okay. Hey Shepard, what is it? Hey Shepard, you're from here. What did you say? What is your world called again?
Can I remember how to spell it? Hold on one second.
Well,
Trying to find the book.
Uh-oh.
Don't see the fucking book.
Someone's familiar with the character.
Ah, there we go. Could be. There we go.
Huh?
Fuck, I spelled that wrong as fuck.
I can highlight footprint.
Was it supposed to be Duskinvold or?
Yep. Juskinvold. Juskinvold. Bulb. That's it.
Duskinvold, huh?
Duskinvold. Interesting.
Is it? The moon looks very creepy, I must say.
I thought that was
Yeah, I'll try to- Nope, that's the moon. Let's try not to think. Like, I'm gonna try not to think about that.
I mean, at least he's happy, I guess.
Speaking of thinking, hey, real quick, Sulo, was it?
Yes.
You and Precious over there. What the hell are those? It's like, what the hell are those things y'all keep? What the hell are those things y'all keep firing at people?
The things?
The
yeah, you're
ammunition.
You're real.
These?
Like I'll point it to a shotgun and be like, yeah, those little like magic boomstick things you got. Well, I won't say
Magic?
boomstick. Say your little magic crossbow.
My magic crossbow. We typically refer to them as firearms, or at least I do.
I'm familiar with firearms.
Yours is
They're
more
like-
of a
they're like
boomstick
mini
than a
cannons.
firearm. I don't think I've
But I
seen
would
anything
say I'm
quite as
proficient
deadly.
in it.
No, you've seen them?
Yeah, I don't have I don't really have memories. I just have general knowledge, but none of my knowledge has those in it.
Oh,
They're loud and
Yeah.
unsavory. That's what they
Okay.
are.
They're good at scaring hunters away.
they're good at scaring most things away. Usually, when you would hear one, a crowd would run the other direction from danger. So when you're on a job and it's turned to where we're having to shoot at whatever creature we might be hunting, the gunfire is useful for alerting that you do not want to come down this dark alley.
Okay.
I mean, if they want to explore a dark alley, I feel like they deserve to get, hit if they happen to get hit.
So
They're
you
looking
want
for
th- so
trouble,
you-
they can get in trouble.
So you want to get Riju shot so he experiences it? What?
Just saying. If people are gonna explore dark alleys, knowing that there's something going on there,
Commonplace in
Come on.
Chernobyl, huh? Let's maybe let's not go there. Those things are loud as hell.
very much so.
Yes. I'm sorry if my firearm causes you displeasure. It's not my want to constantly fire it in close quarters and indoors. It is just happenstance.
Hey, you don't have to explain it to me, Precious. Okay, I get it. Whatever knocks down, whatever chump that's trying to kill us.
That I can stand behind.
Someone's pissing himself in the background.
That's not the DM. That's the DM.
He's having way too much fun.
I'm sorry. Anytime she says, anytime there's someone calls you precious, it's so funny.
Just a little
it's a
part of
nickname.
Nox dies.
You just wait till next time we're in battle.
Hey, precious, don't go over there.
Now intentionally goes over there just to spite you and dies.
My precious.
Oh no. Okay, I'm almost done setting this up so we can move to the next scene for you guys.
Oh, you need more time? I got you. So speaking
Hey.
of homelands, where's everyone from?
I don't remember.
There you go.
I also don't remember. I know my world was called. I know technically my world was called Murum, but that's about as much as I got. I do not know where I grew up or where I lived before, this.
Your world.
Yeah, the world was called Murum. What do you call your world?
The world.
The world.
Tonight we steal the moon.
If we see Geo, I'm just gonna lay down dead.
Oh, muda muda.
Hey, I got another question for y'all. How many of us, how many people here, got a different form when they, got here? Is it just me? You always an owl?
Yes,
I'm
I've
still
always,
the
I've always been
I'm
an
still
owl.
the same.
My proportions seem to be right.
I can check for you.
How would you check for me? You don't know what I looked like beforehand.
All right.
It's a lonely
Hey, Knock.
world. It's a very lonely world.
Hey, Knock. Hey, Knock, buddy. I saw something
Huh?
really interesting. I saw something really interesting over here. Can you come with me real quick? And I'm gonna try to pull you over to the side. Everybody else.
Okay.
I go and check on an owl.
My
I'm
expertise with monsters, especially so. I mean, if you think that there's something tracking us,
There's nothing tracking us. I just want to talk to you alone real quick. I just want to say, maybe be a little careful with that Arlana chick. Okay, I don't know what's up with her, but she seems to be incredibly horny and hella clingy.
I
We've only
not
known each other for like
notice.
3 days, and we all know each other for 3 days. She already seems to be all over you, and the mere mention of her dead wolf sends her into fucking hysterics. Just, just fair warning, man.
shouldn't you be worried about her? I mean, she might put a collar around you and call you Wolfie, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if that happens, that's a problem we'll deal with when it happens. But so far, she's calling you precious. Right? I'm just saying. Like, look, I'm just saying, man. You gotta be a little careful when it deal with crazy bras. No, when I say it, it's satirical. When she say it, it's clicky.
Are you sure about that?
I will keep that in mind. I'm not quite sure I follow, but I will be careful, as you seem to know her culture a lot more than I do.
Look,
I mean,
all I'm
that's fuck
saying
all,
is,
to be honest.
I'm about to say, look, all I'm saying is you gotta be careful. You gotta be a little careful with the hot crazy one. Okay, that's it.
I mean, you're a talking wolf man. That's kind of crazy.
That's a different that's a different type of crazy.
I mean, I'm not sure I followed that. We should get back to the train. The others are staring at us.
Oh boy. I just pat you on the back and walk. I just pat you on the back and walk off.
I sit there. I kind of tug Arlana's cape, like, I think those two are now each other's preciouses.
I can see that. I don't know how I feel about it, but okay. Well, there's not, as you can say, there's nothing much left to live in this world, and I get very lonely.
Hey, look at that! I see people, right? Right? We all see people. There seems to be
The
some
conductor.
people.
I can't move my map.
Yes.
How do I?
We should just go. Let's just go to the wreckage, shall we? I don't know.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, I forgot he doesn't
can't move my
understand
map.
sign language. God damn it! Someone else said stuck to him.
Hold on, I can't see you anymore. I don't know how to move the map. It's not moving for me.
What's that circle thing over there? What the fuck?
I still
don't know
ain't
if
that. I don't know how to get rid of them. I don't know how to get rid of them.
Wait, okay, so on top you have to make sure that you have your token controls and the like square box thingy selected so you can move things around. And you're not targeting or
okay,
doing
yeah, there we
rulers.
go.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm smart. I figured it out on myself.
That's oh, and now I'm pinky, so.
You should be able to move.
Nope, I got it. I got it.
I'm just gonna walk over to the frog.
Well, what happened? Why can't I read sign language anymore?
You've never known sign language, just one.
I've always known sign language.
What the hell did you do?
I
Why the
can,
hell
I
is-
can
doesn't
read
understand
sign
me.
language.
Why the hell is there fucking shit over here? Fuck. Anyway.
So what did you say, Shepard? I had missed it because I couldn't see you on the map.
The last thing I said was, "I've always been this way." When you asked if I was something else before Scarecrow.
Oh yeah. No. Well, to be fair, I wasn't asking you because I knew you were obviously you because you told me you're from here. I was putting the question to everyone else
Okay.
who was just like
I
not
was
from
always
this
a doll.
from this world.
I don't
You were
mind.
always
being
a doll?
Nope.
Oh,
I don't mind it.
What?
She was stabbed in the back, if I recall,
Yep.
after
Okay.
hiring a killer to kill her parents.
Well,
That's
I don't
cool.
know how I died, so I think I just died of some natural cause. Probably. I don't
Probably a
even
wolf.
remember. Not the
Right.
wolf.
That is so
That's
fucked
right.
up.
That's not funny.
That's fucked up. That was fucked up.
Alejandro straws her arrow. Don't you mention that wolf? Don't you dare.
No, not
ever
your wolf.
mention
Not
speak
your
the
wolf.
name.
Your wolf died. A different wolf.
I don't know if that's worse or better. I don't know if that's worse or better.
Right?
I won't shoot you because I like you, but don't mention the name.
I don't even know the name.
I don't know if that's worse or better.
Hey, look! They're like, hey, look! That's survivors. Let's go talk to them.
Alrighty. As you guys approach the little frog man who was your conductor, you see the Ghostlight locomotive, or the Ghostlight Express, lying at the heart of the carnage, its great engine resting in a small clearing. Black iron wheels strain against the earth, but no longer free to turn, for roots, thick as serpents, have coiled themselves around their undercarriage. Bark and metal. I don't need to read that part. You'll see it in a second. The vagrant stands before the wreck, his hat in hand. His usual calm and genial smile has faded, replaced by something taut, almost trembling. Though he forces his voice to remain steady, you can hear the crack beneath. This shouldn't have happened. Something did this to the ghost line. It's never done this before. And as he turns to you, I guess Arlana, you can see it's like a slight tear roll down his cheek. And he faces you with a very cute looking face, very sad, his little lip trembling.
Oh, you poor thing.
And
She's gonna grab him, but hug him right towards a big boobs, pretty much. Because she's quite, as she crouches down to his level.
Alrighty. In doing so, he kind of like embraces the hug for a second. But then he like taps her back and kind of like backs up a little bit. And he says, as he wipes away his tear, I need your help. If the locomotive is to run again, we need to do some things. We gotta cut the roots that are currently holding the train in place. We need to rekindle the fire. And we need to find out what happened. If we can't do these, we're stranded here. We're set. Come nightfall, we might die.
So it's already nightfall?
Wait,
No, it's like midday.
Oh.
Oh God, this is midday.
Practically night.
Fucking jury.
Nope, it's not night. It's midday.
let me go and talk to my fellow comrades. I'm gonna explain to him that he wants our help to cut the roots and find out what happened to the train.
Yeah.
He seems very upset about it. So I thought to ask you because he wants us to cut the roots, which could
Lana,
risk in us dying. So
Lana,
I don't know.
you know we could hear him, right? He didn't whisper any of that.
well, you were very close, were you? I just thought I'd tell you.
Just give her this chance.
All right.
I mean, I
So-
can take care of the roots.
And we've got to put out the fire, or something. If we don't do it, something bad's going to happen from the sounds of things
Didn't this
anyway.
train just try to kill
Yeah.
us?
I think
So-
I can start. I think I might be able to start the fire.
Isn't everything already on fire?
No.
But you need to stop the fire, not start it.
Shepard, you realize when you like go over to one of the flames that are on the ground and you touch the flame, it doesn't appear to be hot. It's more like a ghostly cold.
Huh.
Does the
I'll go
conductor
with
not
one of the
realize the
routes.
train could
I
tried to
sign.
kill him?
The train didn't try to kill you. What are you talking about?
I see the two like rich folk over here. The two that we talked to on the train, whose names I have forgotten.
Oh, I guess I can give you their names. Their names are on their thing, so I can go ahead and give you them. Let's see. Identity, display name, always for everybody.
Oh, that's all. That's fantastic.
Blank Philip. Nice.
Yeah.
One.
Quantifiable.
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 What is the-
It's
These
same
names
thing
are
like the other one.
anything.
There is the personality traits that it gives them. They're not really
The
useful in
airhead.
this. They're
Yeah,
not
about
really useful in this.
they already have those, but okay.
I know, but it's for the monsters who get their specific stats rolled whenever I put them in the scenes, and it does it for the NPCs too. They just don't get their HP rolled because they're NPCs. You don't really need to pay mind. You don't really pay mind to it. I can also erase that. See them. And
Can I go over to one of the routes and start smashing it with my hammer?
sure can.
Well, we might want to move out the way before you do that. We'll get squished.
What are you rolling to like, smash the roots? Might I ask?
Strength. Strength.
Strength?
What else would I roll?
Dex?
No, strength. I'm smashing them to little bits. I don't have to
Okay.
cut them.
Roll me to hit.
Smash. To hit?
Yep.
Does anybody have a fire axe, maybe? Maybe that would be smart.
I have a fire knife. Oh yeah, hold on.
14?
Okay. That does hit the root. And you can see that it like slowly chips away at some of it. It seems like 4 of those will get you through it, so you'll be spending time doing that. I'm not going to ask you to roll each one, but you'll be spending your time doing that.
I'll go up to the
That's math me.
conductor.
Okay.
Like, I'll go up to the conductor while she's doing that and be like, "You said you need to start the train's fire, right?"
Yes, we need to start it.
Will any flame do?
No. I had these. So, in order to start the fire, we need to go ahead and grab 3 giant cylinders. These things hold the soul fire inside them. We need to find 3 of them. I have 3 already, but I need this whole 6 in order to start it back up. So, that's what I'm asking you to find, is the other 3.
All right, got it. Yo, Knox.
Huh?
Yo, come with me.
Yes?
We're gonna go look for this stuff.
Okay, see you around, Philip.
Don't
I-
die, Nox. Don't
Oh, were you
die.
asking Philip something?
I will. He was about to go up and ask some questions, and then he got called over. He goes,
I will allow you to
well,
ask 2 questions.
Yeah, I'm about to say, ask the questions first.
Okay. I don't think we really got to chats before, but those routes look mighty cumbersome. Do you think you have, I don't know, some better way to cut it rather than me slapping my sword against it?
Oh, of course! And he kind of like rolls up his sleeves. Well, that little tumble we had clearly knocked something loose, but I'm gonna see what I can do. And he rolls up his sleeves, walks over to one of the roots, and you see him grab it with his bare hands, pull part of it, and him fall flat on his back, fall flat on his ass. And he kind of just sits there, gets back up, pats his ass, looks at you and says, "Well, I've done all I can do." Rolls back down his sleeves, and then says, "Can't help you much. Something must have knocked my divinity loose. Can't really help you here."
Divinity?
Oh,
Yes.
Can I
yes.
roll a wisdom check to recall my knowledge of being a resident Dustfeld?
What?
Can I roll a wisdom check to see if I remember this guy?
Oh, yeah, you should definitely
here-
remember him anyway. I'm not even gonna have you roll anything for that. You know, he is Philip Druskenwald, the literal quote-unquote god of Druskenwald.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should fucking bring that up.
He just
You're-
casually asked God to help him.
Did, DM question.
Yo, what's up?
Did when these two first introduced themselves to us, did they tell us their last name?
She introduced herself as Adela Druskenwald and then introduced him as her husband. So
Okay, so they definitely said Druskenwald.
they definitely said Druskenwald when you first met them. Yes.
Okay. No, we'll come back to that later.
My second question, Genie, is, are you a god?
Oh dear, I'm not really what you'd call a god. You see all that's around you? And he like points
Yes.
upwards, looking around. This is all
Human
mine.
nature.
Why is the moon like that?
Oh, it's like that because it's the crooked moon. It's very what do you call it? Symbolic to Druskenwald. It has been around
Huh.
since the start, and since my predecessor before me, we have kept it going.
So they're the rich ones.
Oh. Well, I guess we could talk more about this later. I've just been called over. Very nice to make your acquaintance.
Of course, of course. And then he goes and sits back down next to Adela.
Yolanda,
Yes.
yo, you come with me. You come with us too.
Okay, I'm
We
coming.
gotta go. Yeah, we gotta go find some. Wait, we gotta go find some canisters. You'll know 'em when you see them. They're cylinders. And we'll walk off to go look for them.
I
Just
suppose
go ahead and roll me
cylinders
a
are
perception.
common.
Yep.
I will aid him.
That's fine.
Alright.
It'll
that
be
give me
relatively easy
advantage
for you to find them
or-
because they're just lying around inside the forest.
Will him helping give me advantage or a bonus?
You can just roll with an advantage.
Okay.
A boner. You got a boner.
Damn.
Oh, sweet. That's 20.
Just looking around, you immediately see all 3 canisters, and you're able to bring them back to the vagrant.
Well, that was easy enough.
Yeah, I passed one to Arlana, passed one to Nox.
Oh,
That was easy enough. Yeah, we'll bring him back to the conductor.
Yep.
Is
And
what you were looking for?
He like looks at you. He's like, "Oh, yes, that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you so much." And he like grabs them and puts them right in front of what looks to be the locomotive of the express. And he puts them in front of it, like in like a triangle shape around the locomotive. And you see him like open one up, open up another one, and then open up another one. And then a thunderous roar shatters the stillness as the ground trembles and the ghost light locomotive roars alive.
We better get out the way. I'm gonna get squished.
We'll just say
Yeah,
we'll just say it's like right here, basically, somewhere like around here, maybe like we'll just leave it like right there, you know, right. We'll basically like because she was already hammering away at that shit right there. This is where it is. So
Yeah, I figured we wouldn't be too close to it in the first place.
well,
Yeah,
Sylvia was.
Imagination, everyone.
I'll back up like once I like loosen the roots.
Oh no, you weren't you weren't finished loosening the roots.
Oh, yay.
Oh dear.
You notice a little too late that the final branch-like tendrils of the phantom train hopper, lingering remnants, slithering into the smokestack of the enormous engine. With the cacophonous groaning and creaking, the locomotive changes before your eyes, sprouting a malevolent face with burning, ghastly eyes filled with wickedness. Now a truly monstrous and haunted construct. It spins... Fuck, close that. It spins around and thunders towards you.
I'm just gonna look at the conductor. Was it supposed to do that?
Now run! And he goes over to Philip and Adela, and they run away, and they are removed from combat.
Oh,
Ah!
I knew it.
I'm glad I'm backed away.
He's just gonna
I'm
crack his
gonna.
knuckle.
Oh my god, it's
I'm gonna
growing.
quickly cast
Oh gosh.
bless.
I'll stumble backwards and ready my weapon. That way, like,
I like cast spells in this.
I mean, when I say has the fight started? Yeah. We just thought
The
about it.
fight has technically started, yes.
Cast
Alright.
spell.
At the start of this turn, I will do elemental attunement. That's a free action for me.
Okay. I'd like you all to roll your initiative.
Okay.
Oh, okay. We are roll. Wait. So are we back to doing
rolling or not?
initiative
How do you roll
or?
Oh, you're totally
Are
right.
we
I totally
doing-
forgot about that. No, you guys, it's your guys' turn. You
Yeah.
also realize that there is, in the map, 3 other glowing little soul canisters.
Oh yeah, look at that.
They look really cool, don't they?
They do.
I spent a lot of time thinking this through. Yeah, it's your guys to go. Do it however you would like to.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna do elemental attunement first.
My
I'm
Mine
just
allows
gonna rear
you
back
to-
and hit it.
that takes a whole turn, right?
Yeah. Elemental attunement is a free action for me.
So, for the
Uh,
item infusement, I will allow you to have done that already, because I assume you wouldn't be just walking through the forest without doing your shit that you're supposed to be doing. That
Yeah,
seemed a
no,
little-
that's fair.
And you had a whole long rest, too, so it would make sense for you to already have that. So I'm not going to take that away from you. What's up?
I cast bless, but how do I apply the effects? I press the apply active effect button, and it's not doing shit.
So I will apply active effects. It should.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
You
maybe-
have to select the tokens, by the way.
I just select them.
Yep.
I'm pressing them. Nothing happened.
Yeah. So who are you blessing?
Ryuji, Nox, and myself.
And yourself. All right. Cool. And then I'll apply active effects to you. There you go.
Okay.
You should have bless.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
It says it's active right now. It's going.
There you go. Sorry. You have to click on the little arrow, and then it applies to them.
Little arrow?
Yeah,
What
at the very bottom, after you select the tokens, you select extra tokens by tapping on them and then holding Shift to click on more than one. And then after you do that, you can click on the little arrows that were down at the bottom, and it allows you to.
I don't see
add
any
the
arrows,
effect.
though.
Well, I guess that sucks then, doesn't
Truly.
it?
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out eventually.
But yeah. Oh shit, we blessed.
That's my turn.
Cool.
Okay, I did elemental attunement. I'm going to choose thunder, but it's wind.
That's fine.
Yeah.
A little bit of
You
flavor
watch-
doesn't hurt.
I mean, there's lightning and thunder damage, so obviously thunder must be wind.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Damn it.
So
I'm just
yeah,
gonna stack
like
it.
you watch as the train starts to it'll roar at us. You'll see like Ryuji like take a deep breath, and all of a sudden you can actively see the wind flowing around him. He's just like, huh. I guess I can do that. All right.
I will go ahead and make
Alright.
the image smaller because it is a little bit too big, but I wanted you guys to know how big it's supposed to be.
I mean, it's supposed to be a little longer too, isn't it?
Yes, technically speaking.
That's what she said.
So, just so you know, in this one, there is a thing called arm's reach, which if you're not within the 5 feet, it will not let you target it or deal damage to it.
Oh, you bastard.
I know, right?
No, I'm too far. Fuck.
Come on. I
man.
just like I
almost
just
went through it.
just got the ability to hit things from far away. Why would you do that? to
No,
me?
no, if it's a ranged attack, it'll let you.
Oh, okay.
It just, for melee characters like Sylvia and
I think I'm
Nox.
catch up now. Okay, I am within 5 feet of it.
Yep.
So it should let me
Yep. It should let you target it. Yep.
target. Two-handed.
Damn it, other people shit keep popping up on my screen.
No!
Oh,
That's not gonna hit, is it?
What?
The 7 I just rolled.
Absolutely not. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It'll tell you
Sorry.
too.
Wait, this is the first round of combat, right?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
Haha. But I technically get advantage on tackles. then.
Why would you technically get advantage on tackles?
Because I'm a dependent and it has the ability that's the thing. The let's see, not construct nature.
So you guys
This.
just keep in mind, you guys do have to target the creature in order to apply anything.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
You're targeted
yeah,
on
I
yourself,
did.
babe.
Oh, I would no. I don't. I missed him anyway. I don't get advantage. I just get extra damage if I do hit, but I didn't hit. So that's my turn.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, hold up. It gets a fucking D4 too? Oh shit. Why did it get a D4? Is that both that? No, whatever.
Ooh,
Jeez.
ghostly dice.
You got a D4 because of bless, remember?
Oh, right. That's why. I was. I forgot about. I was wondering why did my roll have a D4? I completely forgot. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that hit. That was a fat ass number.
That does hit.
And a
Yes.
29, goddamn!
Man, you got us blessed over here.
And now I get to run away.
Oh, you're gonna run away?
No, not yet. Maybe.
Oh, damn.
Oh, that was plus 4 damage.
I don't know how close I am to this thing.
Anyway, that was thunder damage.
Your distance.
Bonus action. I'm
Oh,
gonna
I'm
attack
15 feet away.
again.
You can't fucking do an opportunity attack on my ass.
Yeah. So bonus action. I'm gonna attack again.
the character sheet's so confusing, but you know.
What's confusing about it?
I'm getting slowly used to it, but
That's just the spell thing.
Sure.
It's throwing me. It's probably throwing me off.
We'll go ahead and do you right after they do their stuff. Right after Ryuji does his stuff, we'll get to you. Okay?
It's too much to process.
wow, I'm rolling.
Yes,
For
that
my
works.
brain.
I'm rolling really well.
That hits.
Yep. That'll be 4 plus. I don't know what the fuck. I don't remember my modifier.
Oh dear, he's barely injured. That's shocking.
Oh, hey,
I
I forgot to add this thing. This is cool. There you go.
Is there a battle log so I can see my how much
Agent
damage we're doing?
We got a health bar. It's great.
Oh, that's cool.
We got a
figured-
health bar?
I figured Ryuji would like that.
It's very
Yeah.
cool.
Yes, yes,
It's
yes, I
crazy
do.
music in that.
You were
Yeah, this is
correct.
Great battle music.
I very much fuck.
You're right,
I
you're
fuck with that a lot. All right. My turn. My turn's done.
Okay, now we're gonna go to Arlana because we're gonna help her out with figuring out what she can and cannot do. So what is it you would like to know?
Hang on, let me see what I look. I pressed the wrong thing. Trying to find it.
Ooh, I didn't-
In snarling strike.
Yep.
Can I just use that at will?
So in
Oh,
Starling,
I know what-
ensnaring strike, by the way, it's ensnaring, but it applies to your attack. It applies to your
Oh.
attack.
So I have to attack and then use it, or
Yep, it says as you hit the target, grasping vines appear on it, and it makes a strength saving throw. A large or larger creature has an advantage on this save. On a failed save, the target has a restraint condition, blah 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 blah, and then you'll deal an extra 1d6 damage if it hits.
okay. So I'll just use my normal bow for now.
Yep, and you have. But if you're
Got
going
it.
to use that, you have to make sure that you are using it on your spell too, because it consumes a spell slot. Because it's still casting.
Even
Yeah,
if I just
damn.
use a normal longbow. If I just use a normal longbow with no
If
spells
you're using
at all.
if you're using a normal longbow, that's fine. But if you're going to be using the ensnaring strike, you have to use the spell slot for that, because it's not a, oh well, I'm just going to use it. I'm just going to say that I do it after it hits. You have to expend the spell slot beforehand and say that you're using the ensnaring strike.
Okay.
This isn't Divine Smite up in here.
I know, right?
So I use that then.
Oh, I can put shit on my hot bar?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
After?
fuck with that later.
Cure wounds, put that in the first slot.
And then
Actually, no. How are you doing that?
go ahead and click on
Okay, so basically go to your character sheet,
use,
then you can grab and drag.
Hey, we're gonna figure out Arlana's thing first, okay? And then we can talk about the little things first. Okay, so Arlana, to use
Yeah.
your normal bow, you're going to click on your character, and then you're going to go ahead and use item. Your longbow is inside that.
Inventory.
Are you using the character sheet?
Yeah.
Okay, close that, please. Outside of that, you should be able to see your character in the map, right?
Yeah, because I'm crafting the map, yeah.
Cool. Just click them once. After you click them once, you should have like a little thing at the bottom where it has your like cast spells and actions like that, correct?
No. You said press once, nothing's happened. I'm so confused.
Okay, on the left-hand side do you have like the little two swords?
Yeah.
Go ahead and click that.
Aragon Combat Hood.
Oh,
Now what happens?
Oh, I can see.
Okay, cool.
It's gonna take me a while to get used to it.
It's alright, it's alright. Cool.
Use item.
Yep, use item, and then that'll bring up your longbow, and then you can just select your longbow, and then it'll pull up the thing for you to attack a creature, and then you're going to target the Ghostlight Locomotive. And then after you target the Ghostlight Locomotive, it'll roll the dice for you, and then if it hits, it'll prompt you to deal the damage.
oh man, I forgot to describe my damn attack.
It's
Oh,
alright.
well.
So you hit this weapon. And then you have to cast a spell with it.
If you're going to use Ensnaring Strike, you'd have to cast the Ensnaring Strike spell, yes.
Ah.
That's just how normal D&D works, because you can't just say, oh, well, I'm going to cast it after I see that the arrow hits. Unfortunately, you can't do that. It has to be that you're using the spell slot to cast this arrow that will then hit the creature.
Roll.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and do this first, which is use item, longbow, then select him. Fuck.
Oh, it's just, I'm gonna have to turn the music down. It's disorientating me.
Oh, that's why you can't. You don't have any arrows in your inventory.
I swear, I did though. I did it in the inventory. It gave me when it gave me the option to pick a ranger as a class, so I don't know where they went.
You do not have any arrows in your inventory. I will give them to you this once.
I was like that. This one bucket is just like something messed up on his end.
No, it was not messed up on my end. I can tell you that much.
Oh yeah, I don't have arrows in the inventory.
The DM is never.
Wait, oh no, you
Never.
actually just didn't give yourself arrow.
Yes, she doesn't have any arrows in her actual inventory on D&D Beyond either. So I can tell you right now, I am not the one who fucked this up.
I didn't know.
That-
Okay.
That's funny.
item from Override Compendium. We're gonna go ahead and do arrows consumable right there. Save.
Yeah,
Only
that-
me.
She was playing on tutorial level, like when they just give you unlimited ammo.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Amazing.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do arrows times. We're gonna give you 50 arrows, and that'll be it. This will weigh 10 pounds as well. The rarity will
Okay.
be just doesn't really need any rarity or anything like that. Type ammunition, activities, effects. Alrighty.
Actually, just super rare arrows.
I know, right? Wouldn't it be funny? And then we're going to equip it onto you so that you have the arrows. Awesome. And now that you have that equipped, now please do try to use your arrow again.
Only me. Use item, longbow.
And it's selected.
I apologize to the DM. This one, like,
I'm a
this
slow
time, it
learner.
wasn't
I'm a
your fault.
slow learner, man. Give me credit. Give me a moment, please.
Nah, get judged.
Did it still not roll it? It's weird. There is no ammunition. Okay, okay. We're just gonna go ahead and roll your attack anyway. I don't know why it's doing this to you. Just roll a d20 and then I'll add your modifier and we'll go from there because I'm gonna sit here with this stupid fucking thing.
Only me.
Racist towards Brits.
I know, right? What is your modifier for that?
Plus.
Oh, you have +7. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
A 17. A 17 does hit, so go ahead and roll damage like normal.
I mean,
Which is
your
a
modifier is
one-
not high.
Which is a 1d8 plus 3, by the way. So just click on a d8 and then hit +3.
Warding blind. Who do I think's gonna die first?
Is this boss song specifically a Crooked Moon or just something you found?
I mean, this is just going through the. I mean, this is technically the boss. This is technically the boss music.
14.
14 damage? That is no, you goob. What the fuck?
Is it 3d8?
No.
3d8.
1d8 plus 3.
Oh.
You're really trying to put that one past the PM, huh?
That is what it should be. It should be around
So,
that.
about
Okay,
to
there you go.
I can confidently say if it's Arlana right now, it's like she ain't trying to get nothing back.
I know. Yes, it will take 8 damage. Well, 11 damage. That's fine. I'll have to pull up the calculator now, god damn it. Oh my god. I will add you the... It's not your fault either. It's... I don't usually normally do ammunition, but like this one already automates for you, so like it makes sense. There you go. Alright, cool. Now it is at that much. Cool.
Oh, that's sick.
I know, right? Cool. And is that the all you could do? Arlana?
I don't know. I don't understand the layout.
I understand
It's
that. I do understand
Too hard.
that.
She usually rolled initiative.
I would like to say that after her thing is done, the locomotive is going to do something.
Okay.
Oh, we have a miss already.
Okay.
So I don't think my are working.
It's
What's
gonna
that?
say owie.
Oh, that's why I didn't put the ammunition type. Duh. Okay. That
No,
is
it
my
was
bad.
failing.
Oh shit, that weighs 500 pounds. Holy shit, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me change that. Each
Her
one
back
should
is
weight
great.
0.1. There you go. Now it should weigh 5 pounds. There you go. Jesus Christ. There you go. Now you have arrows equipped. Cool.
Thanks. I'm
Awesome.
not smart, man.
Neither am I. I just started using this shit, so I'm about where you guys are. So for the legendary action this thing is going to take,
Oh, legendary action.
it is going to go ahead and use that.
I got reaction things. Cool.
Yes. So it's going to go ahead and move up half its speed, and it will not provoke opportunity attacks. And everybody it touches that is smaller than it will become grappled.
Oh
What?
no.
Immediately, no saving throw.
Immediately. I mean, you can take a saving throw at the end of your turn.
It's fucking drifting.
Yep. So it's going to go ahead and move all the way over here.
Uh-oh.
Oh fuck.
There you go.
No, Nox!
Precious.
Get hit by a
And
fucking.
again.
God damn.
Oh.
With that, it'll go ahead and stop right there, and you may make a dexterity saving throw. For
Dexterity save. How do you do a saving throw?
same way you normally do a saving throw. What are you talking about?
Well, so, I mean,
I
I'm
can't
pretty sure
click
you
the
just
thing
click.
to roll it.
You don't type in the thing to roll it anyway.
I'm about to say, yeah, y'all know.
Dexterity
on the
saving
side
throw?
here.
Oh, there we go. Cool.
How many? Wait, who all got grabbed? Did I get grabbed?
Yes, you got everybody right here got grabbed. So yes, you are also grabbed. Sylvia is grabbed.
I got a 19.
The Green
That's an
Shepherd is
outlaw.
grabbed, and so is Nox grabbed. So
With
everybody
the
there is
19?
grabbed.
What the fuck?
A 19.
No, like you got grabbed. Oh, you got grabbed when it went through you.
Yeah.
Not the deck save.
Oh.
Can you break off it
Mhm.
before its turn?
Okay, so did I break off since I got a 19?
Yeah, you're fine.
Hello,
I
Shepherd.
rolled a 1.
I can't exactly sign a low back.
Yes, you did in
Well,
fact
I-
roll a
Just
one.
give you like a nod.
I can understand you. It's sign language.
Yeah, spells and sign at the same time.
All right.
Am I
well,
just
shit, I
underneath
know I broke out.
All right. And then Owl, what was it you were saying about your thing not working the way you wanted
I
to?
don't know if the infusion's actually set correctly. I don't know if I have to reload it or
Why
not.
the fuck are you putting shit on your character? You goof.
I don't know what that was.
Yeah, the monocle.
Okay, so you have infused item,
Yes,
consume item.
yes, I
Spend
used that.
one of
but then
these-
I wasn't able to like assign it to anything like I was in the other one. It just used it and then didn't tell me anything afterwards.
No uses on infused item. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and
Yeah.
fund this for the usability. Consume resource. Second level gaining the ability infusions. Okay,
Wow, that's a long cast.
cool. So it says you've used it, and then I need to go ahead and okay. So you should have it on your item. Oh god,
Life tether.
cancel. Leave me alone. So I'm guessing you're trying to put it on your shotgun.
Having the same problem that I have with my arrows.
No. He has shells in his inventory, but he wouldn't need them anyway.
Yeah, his problem is a little different.
Tiny bit different.
Artificer stuff be weird.
Yeah.
Please let me know if y'all can hear like any other sound coming from my mic that's not my voice.
It's all right. Class feature, blah 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 blah. Limited uses. Period. Cover all. Description.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I don't understand where it is.
Details, class features, required level 2, class features, class feature type, artificer infusion. Cool. And then we're gonna go ahead and look at this. Okay, that should be that. And then activities. I'll take you to this. Someone else can go while we figure this out. I don't know if... Does anyone else have to go?
Yeah, I'm about to say, I already... I'm about to say, it's still the same turn, ain't it?
Yeah, it is still the first turn, yes.
Yeah, I've done all I can do.
Wait, still the first turn?
This is still the first turn,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, no, I'm done.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I already cast Bless earlier.
Okay.
Yep, I airbend on it.
I got grabbed.
Yes, you did.
Fucking roadkill in the front of the train.
Yes, he is. You're about to see it right now, too. It's gonna be hilarious. Okay, now that
I
I've
just
done that-
realised, I just realised I got a dreadful strike. It says when you hit a creature with a weapon, you can deal with an extra 1d4 psychic damage.
Yep.
It's a train. How is psychic damage gonna hurt a train?
So,
It might have a
I mean,
brain.
About to say, it got a whole ass face looking at us right now and roaring. And you worrying about how the hell she doing psychic damage to it?
so now we go ahead and... Now I've
Just
figured out.
fling insults
So
at
I'm
it.
gonna go ahead and grab your item out of here, which I'm guessing you want your... what did you want as your gun? Like, what you want? I'm guessing you want just the double barrel?
Yeah.
Cool. There you go. It has a repeating shot infusion. You're welcome.
How did you do that?
Cool. So to do this, you would just go over to click on your character, go to use feature, click on infusion repeating shot. Sorry, not slot. Infusion repeating shot. Clicking on that will open up a prompt for you. This will then give you the ability to add the infusion onto an item. Then you open up your character sheet and drag and drop the item into the little log there, which then will apply the fusion onto it. Okay.
What? Okay, so for like the enhanced defense,
Sure.
so that one, so if I click on it,
Yes.
it just says usability.
Yes. I will, so I'm gonna go ahead and I will have to click on it for you because you used them before because you're willy-nilly clicking on it and you were consuming the resources. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna use it without consuming the use. So then I will use the ability. Now you can see in the chat.
Oh,
Correct.
okay.
And you should be able to drag and drop an item into there that you would like to enhance.
Yeah.
Are you able to do so? Why did you click on it again?
The learning process, man.
It disappeared, so I didn't know where it went.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay,
I'm
Sue.
just,
Now-
I'm just
now
as
everything's
confused
good.
as you are.
It's all good?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now I will go to attack.
Okay, cool. It is a learning process, but I like this a lot more than I like the other one. Even if it is a pain in the ass.
It's just very confusing. I do like it more. It's just very confusing.
It is very confusing.
I mean, I told him this was gonna happen when he.
Yes, and I said
like,
that was
I'm gonna
okay.
do this.
I said it was okay too. I am totally fine with this
You did?
because even if we were spending a little bit more time, I'd rather use this than sit here and you guys not be able to see tokens and me not be able to get maps running. I may not be able to get the music going. That irritated me. By the way, the 12 does not hit.
Whatever works.
I cannot see any of the rolls I just made.
Cool, but a 12 does not hit.
Okay.
Oh, I see. He's getting
That's
that same thing I was getting earlier.
Okay,
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Yeah, just refresh your page if you can't see the dice roll.
Yeah, unfortunately you had a +2 to hit, and you got a 12. So a 12 does not hit. So unfortunately, that's the end of your guys' turn.
Yes.
Cool. Now it is time for his turn.
He doesn't have to.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah.
To start with, I think he's gonna go for the healer, considering he's the one who got ungrappled.
Well, I mean, I also
Look
got
at
on
my
that.
reactions.
And now it's gonna go ahead. Oh, wrong thing.
How is it talking about apply to my?
Okay. And now it's gonna go ahead and use its rail slam on Mr. Green Shepherd.
Oh no.
Oh, did you hit me with an
Doesn't
attack?
it?
Is that what happened?
Ah, that misses. Cool. I'm rolling again.
Okay.
Oh.
No.
Missed again.
A 14
Yeah.
misses.
No,
Damn, fuck!
Oh, I
Alrighty.
see what happened. Fuck you.
Let's go, Cap.
Oh.
Just make-
close for
Oh.
comfort.
Just making sure you're all aware that it moved towards him, so, you know. Oh shit, whoops.
And Nox gets dragged.
Just roll on.
He just
Already.
rolled down me.
Yeah, that's the end of its turn. And now something special is going to happen. A friend. Oh, sorry. Actually, this is only round 2, so never mind. It's your guys' go.
Okay. What should I do?
What should you do?
I can't tell who's almost dead. I can't
I
see
didn't
the
get stuck again,
HP.
did I?
What's up, Ryuji?
Wait, there's no one.
No, I was
taking
saying,
damage yet.
I didn't get stuck again, did I?
No. It moved towards Shepherd to. I just rotated him to make it seem like, you know, he was actually attacking the Shepherd rather than it just be
Okay,
like, oh yeah,
right,
he's turning
got it.
sideways and attacking him from over here, but just sideswiping him.
Alright, I'm going to back up. 'Cause
I
I'm not
cast a moment to think.
Backing up will get you an opportunity attack, by the way.
Oh, I
You
can
can you can disengage first.
You could disengage though, use your bonus action.
I could do that, but I think I want to hit it. Actually, no, I'm not even gonna do that. I'm just gonna, yeah, I'll stay on it. I don't need to move. I'm not afraid of this fucking thing. Kick
You
his
shouldn't
ass.
be. You should not be afraid of it.
Okay, now I have 2 actions. Can I roll something to see if it's immune to necrotic damage?
No.
I have a study action.
That's nice.
I used a moment to think.
That's nice.
It says I can do that. What the fuck?
Furthermore, you can't affect or damage any creature or object other than you're wearing, blah 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 blah. It can be used to search, study, or utilize action. So you get to search or study. You're studying the
Yes,
creature.
how you study.
Cool. What does study allow you to do exactly?
Okay, it says I can roll. One sec. It says I can roll an intelligence-based check, so Arcana, history, that kind of thing, to see if it's learn something about it.
To learn something about it. Yes, to learn something about it. Go ahead and roll me.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna roll.
Choose whatever you want to roll.
Okay.
You're gonna learn that to train.
Details.
D100. D100.
I guess
Oh, actually, I did it twice.
investigation would be right. $13. What did I learn?
You learn that the first American locomotive was also run by a horse to get it up to speed. In 1830, an industrialist designed a steam engine called the Tom Thumb, which was capable of going 18 miles per hour as it underwent tests near a railroad. It was drawn by a horse
right?
and pulled alongside it and
I
challenged
want
to a
this added
race.
to my character sheet. I have an in-depth knowledge of trains.
Fuck it, he's cute.
He learns
Oh,
the
wait,
forbidden
DM, does he count as flanking with where I'm at right now?
Yes, it does count as flanking.
Anyway, rolling a scimitar strike,
Holy
and that's a nat
shit.
fucking 20!
Hell yeah.
I could just throw all the fucking fireballs at him right now. Would it kill me?
Yeah, that's
So
a lot
that's
of
15
damage.
slashing damage.
Yep.
Just at the back of the train, just stabbing. Like, I'm just stabbing parts.
Sorry,
It's like,
Shadow. It was a lot more. It was a lot of fun. It was really funny to do that.
All good, all good. I'm gonna do it again, by the way.
Alright, after that, I'm going to do a bonus action, Fury of Blows. So
Fuck,
first
one
I'm gonna-
better. God damn it.
Fury of Blows. Alright, with that, we're gonna make them. We're gonna Fury of Blows. We're gonna make both of them elemental strikes.
Okay.
So we are still flanking. That's a 28 to hit.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right,
the study
one more
action
die.
specifically says the DM tells you a piece of useful information.
I did tell you a piece of useful information. I told you
You
about the
told
very.
me about trains!
Yeah, it is a train, isn't it?
I wanted
Makes you
to
know
know
that
about the
knowledge.
creature!
Oh, okay. I rolled like shit that time. What? Does a 13 hit?
No. It would tell you if it hit.
Okay.
It automates that for you. If it hit, it hit.
Okay.
But if it did not, it won't tell
Fair
you.
enough. Alright, well, you know what? Two out of 3.
I'll
attacks
tell
are
you
fine.
what, Shadow. You're totally right. How dare I be so mean to you?
I feel so
Um,
scared.
what you learn is that it can speak it understands all languages.
That's actually kind of...
Before they try to speak with animals, it actually hasn't even.
But it
actually an
cannot
animal,
speak
that's
it.
funny.
I can understand!
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Okay, so if we call it a locomotive bitch, it knows what we just said.
Are you
Yes, it
saying that?
does.
Are you saying that right now?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm behind,
Awesome.
and I'm behind it, just like, and I'm behind
Cool.
it, just slashing and airbending shit.
Awesome. It's going to go ahead and use one of its legendary reactions against you after you
Oh,
finish your turn,
metallic
Ryuji.
I would.
Yeah,
can I-
That's
can I
fine.
hit it?
I do it in my turn. Yep.
I'm gonna smack it.
Why am I orange?
He's gonna smack you.
Cool. Ryuji, you're frightened, and you take 8 damage.
Oh my god.
Why did it roll my dice? What the fuck? Oh, it rolled the wisdom saving throw for me. What the
Yep.
fuck?
So long as I give you, as long as I prompt it, it'll roll automatically for you. So,
Okay.
uh,
Well, then I'm
um,
gonna blame you for it rolling like shit.
well, you are taking 8 damage right now, and you are currently frightened.
Actually, no. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. Do I want to do that now? Do I want to do that? Yeah, I will. I'm gonna use Grey Balance
Okay.
to automatically succeed that saving throw.
I guess it's fine.
What's that be under here? Sorry, I'm trying to find it in was succeeding the saving throw like stop the damage, or is I'm just getting hit? Period.
You would take half damage, but you're still frightened.
Oh,
Oh, never mind. Yeah, you take the damage and are frightened, with or without the success. Doesn't matter.
Oh, so what the hell is the saving throw for?
To take less damage.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I can't find Green Balance on here, and you already did the damage and shit, so I'll just eat that shit.
Yeah.
I am in pain.
You are in pain, and you're about to be in more pain. So
Start getting hit by a fucking train.
yeah. Is that everybody? Guys, I'm pretty sure Arlana still has yet to go, and
Oh yeah, I'll
So
wait.
does
I was waiting to.
Yes, Owl. Wait, did the doll go? Forgot the
I have no idea.
name.
Sylvia's another go.
The
Yeah.
dog?
The dog, yes, of course. No, I said the doll.
Oh
It
yeah,
feels he
no.
hasn't had a go.
I hit him for 7.
Yuji, Erlana, Stula.
Okay, I guess
what
I'm
else
gonna
in
need healing.
it?
I'm gonna need some healing too.
Also, Ryuji,
Sylvia.
it says that you rolled to hit with the scimitar.
I did the scimitar as my main action, and bonus action I hit with my Fury of Blows. I did accidentally tap the scimitar twice, but I didn't roll one of them. Should be fine.
Wait, has Nox gone yet?
Nope.
I think
I
Doc's
was
just
hoping
been-
somebody could do something to the train.
You do have to roll.
Maybe one day.
At the end of
It'll be
his
free.
turn, he does have to roll a dexterity saving throw.
I guess I'll try to stab it while I'm underneath here.
Yeah, about
are
you can still
grappled.
stab it while you're like attached, while you grab.
Which I did not.
I'll,
add
I'll
this.
attack with disadvantage, but I'll still attack. Oh shit! I need a target. That's right. There we go.
I did damage to it. I'm bleeding, but I'm hitting it.
Go, Nox, go.
Sir, why'd you roll an advantage? Oh, you got a disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
You rolled with disadvantage.
Okay.
I don't think that's correct either. Is it?
Yeah, because I'm grappled.
Okay.
Well, that misses. So
Oh, that misses.
a
Shit.
14 does in fact miss. You were also yeah. It would tell you if it doesn't miss.
I don't know this. It said, "Hey, here's the damage."
No. I probably did. Yeah. Because you didn't target him. I don't know why it didn't target him.
I did target him.
But yeah, it does
I
not.
don't know why. Ah, all right. And was it strength save, dex save? What was it?
It is a dexterity saving throw.
Just trying to wiggle out of here.
The fucking thing healed itself.
A tiny bit because it took the damage from you guys missing the rolls still.
15.
A 15 does hit. Oh, sorry, a 15 does make it out. Yes, you do escape from its ghostly rails.
Ah,
Nox, you're okay. I'll come
Also,
over in a minute.
I felt
Why-
my arm twisting out of place. I think it popped.
Cool.
No.
At the end of his turn, it uses the legendary action again.
No.
No.
You piss off. That's what we can do.
It's gonna go ahead and use this again, and it's gonna go ahead and drive over towards this thing.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
And it's gonna
He's
go.
ready.
Sound
Ooh,
effects.
yo.
Sound
It's
effects.
Ryuji. It's about to get its revenge.
You turn
Half
around,
its
I'm like, ah,
speed.
crap.
Which is right here. Bam. So you guys will have to make a dexterity saving throw or become grappled.
Got it.
So I got Ryuji next.
If there is a next, yes.
Actually, I don't think it has my saving throws right on here.
I believe it does.
No, I don't think it's because I have the cloak of protection, which I think makes it a +7 for my deck save and stuff.
Cloak
If I
of
remember
protection.
correctly. I mean, the cloak of protection, yes.
You gain a +1 to armor class and saving throws while you're wearing this cloak, so you just get a +1,
I was still
Yeah,
which,
which
would make sense
my deck,
because you have a dex of
which
4.
would make my. No, the thing is, on the sheet, it's showing my deck save as +6, which
Yeah.
is incorrect. My deck save should be +7. It's
Why would it
6
be-
from the. So I'm proficient in dexterity saving throws,
Yes, that is
which
a +1.
means it'll take my. Yeah, no. So what you're not getting is the deck save. Since I'm proficient in it, it gets taking my dex, which is +4, my proficiency, which is +2, which would make it a 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the cloak would give it a +1.
Oh yeah, it would.
I mean, it already adds it
Like
for
the-
you. It gives you 1d10 +4 +2 +1d4 +1 because you also have heroism. It gives you the +1 anyway.
Oh, I see. It's
Did you
just
click
not,
on the
it's just not
formula?
reflect. No, yeah, I'm clicking on it now. Yeah, so it's not displayed on the sheet, but it's displayed in the roll. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
They're like, oh, that would have been better. All right, I got a 16. Is that the feat?
I believe that does succeed. Hold on.
Yay!
Does 15 succeed though?
Well, let me check. I think it does. No, I'm sorry. You do not pass. Either of you do not pass it. It is an 18.
Oh my god.
But it to get out of it is a 14. So you have that.
Okay,
going.
no. Now I'm going to use Gray Balance.
Okay.
Hey, I found it. There it is. Yeah, I'm gonna use Gray Balance to automatically succeed that saving throw.
60 feet. Okay.
So I am not grappled.
I do enjoy that you made yourself have disadvantage on your next D20 roll, but that's fine.
Yep.
Now I think it's
Like, I'm aware what it does, DM.
I think it's Arlana's turn now, or
She's
Sylvia's.
gonna use it. She can use a longbow.
Go ahead and select the train as your target, and since you actually have arrows this time, you can actually target it.
Hey! Here we go. Normal.
Damn. Okay, that hits.
Hey! And then I'm gonna roll me damage.
Yep. Oh.
Way! 4. Wow.
So much damage.
So much
Hey, every bit count. We don't damage shame around here.
Cool. And then at the end of her turn, it is going to also use a legendary action. Which it's going to go ahead and use its legendary action called Ghostly Rails, which will move half its movement speed, which is removed by 10 because of her slow. So it will move the 15 feet it gets.
Does that
what's
make
up
an
with
opportunity
this,
attack?
thing?
Opportunity attack down some of them get? I don't know.
What's up?
The opportunity attacks, or does it not
You
get
don't.
opportunity attacks?
Oh, it doesn't get opportunity attacks when it uses Ghostly Rail.
Nope.
Darn.
So it is your guys' go now.
That's the
Sylvia
range.
and Nox
That's
still have their
fine.
turns. I believe.
I still have my. I just got out.
Oh yeah.
No,
this
I did
shows
mine
it.
already.
Oh, you did yours?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's all of you guys.
Mhm.
Cool.
I think so.
Dragging Sulo with him.
Yep.
It is going to go. It is going to go over here, and you see it reach down and scoop up this soul block,
Oh
like
no,
this soul
it's
engine,
gonna power up.
and it's going to eat it.
We're gonna have to destroy him. We need to destroy him.
And in doing so, it is going to get back some HP.
Oh
Oh.
my god.
Max HP?
I said some HP.
Oh. I was about to say.
All the way
That's scary.
back, we just start screaming.
We're gonna
There you go.
I see it do that. Oh, that's annoying.
we're
Cool.
gonna have to shoot those.
And-
we're gonna have
Oh,
to shoot
son
those
of a-
kill things.
It
Oh, son
summons
of a-
out of itself a little friend too.
No.
Oh god, it's crapping out minion.
Yep.
Yep.
It will take its turn on the next turn because I'm not gonna have it join right now. That'd be a little weird. That was its action. So it's going to turn around now to face you guys.
I'm gonna shout at everybody, destroy those other canisters!
And Sulo goes
Got
for a
it.
ride.
Need them to bring the train back to life?
We just need to
Oh, we
destroy them.
did, and now it's killing
Yeah.
us.
Let's see, that's about...
I'd rather
don't
not
want
have
them
any dead
alive.
teammates, so we're
Alrighty.
gonna have to destroy them.
With
Okay,
that,
that's-
that is the end of its turn.
What's my movement again? Do I have 40? Bring up the sheet. Oh, wait. Oh, no. the right
So-
thing. There we go.
With my turn, I cast Warding Bon on Ryuji.
Oh wait, what does that do?
You resistance to all damage and a +1 to fucking
Oh, and since you're not
accuracy.
Yo, that's sick.
But any damage you take, I also take.
Whoa.
grappled.
That's not good.
I think he's targeted, so why isn't it applying? What the fuck?
It is.
That is a cool ass
There you go.
spell though. I love spells like
There you
that. That's why you the goat. The goat.
And then healing word. On Ryuji. Roll.
Real quick, how far away is this?
14.
Oh, I can get to this. Okay.
Fly. Did it apply the healing?
It did.
Yeah, I have to press apply. But yes, it did.
Okay, cool.
No, it already applies it for you. By the way, it already applied it to you. You were heavily injured, but now you're barely injured. Now you're.
Well, I was
unharmed.
at I was at 14 HP, and then I clicked on it. So
Maybe it just didn't catch up for me. Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
That's the end of my turn.
Cool.
yeah,
At the end of his turn,
my wound heal up. I'm just like, Shepard, you are appreciated.
You're
going-
precious.
The little
I'm
I
giggle.
give a
going to-
nod back.
Yeah, I'm going to run down to this canister here.
you are still frightened.
I'm not running towards the train. I'm running to the canister.
Oh, that is true. You're totally right.
Trying to stop you in his tracks.
I know.
Crazy.
I was hoping he wouldn't go over there. I wanted to try to heal again. Come on.
I want to use action
Yeah,
surge.
maybe you
but it
should,
says I don't have
maybe
it.
you shouldn't have hit me with fright
What are you talking
right
about?
before revealing the fucking the boss mechanic.
My action surge says I have 0 uses of it. No, I haven't
Anyway,
used it.
I'm gonna kill it.
Cool.
The
Roll to hit.
little canisters. Yeah. Real
Let's
quick,
see,
just gotta
features. Action
Target.
surge.
There we go. Target that. Bring up my combat stuff again. Oh yeah. Elemental strike. This is with disadvantage. Thing. Which still good as fuck, goddamn.
Yep, that hits and it blows up. And out crawl, and as summoned out, a little friend.
Not again.
Our friend or his friend?
Oh no, not your friend. It's an enemy.
Oh.
You might want to put this one on the board, actually.
Huh?
I said you're gonna want to put that enemy on the board.
It's by you.
It's right there.
It's right next to you, Richard.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it now. He looks like an old cartoon.
It looks like a Pinocchio.
Yeah, I see
It's
it pop
like
out, and I'm just like, oh, that's fucking cute. And I'm gonna kick his ass.
Kick his ass.
I'm going to kick his ass. Yeah.
Let's see if
Hell
he's
yeah.
got an ass.
I'm going to bonus action, Fury of Blows. Actually, while I'm doing this, hold up. What do you mean what?
It's actually flurry, not fury, but you know, tomato.
That's flurry.
tomato.
So you had. Whoa. Wrong thing. Okay. So
One thing?
you moved over here for 40 movement speed? Holy shit, you even got a lot of movement speed.
But my movement, yeah, I have a lot. I'm a monk. My movement's fast as fuck.
What, 40?
He's now
40?
running.
Yep.
Huh.
My movement total is 45 feet.
Holy shit, I see that now, yeah. Holy shit, okay.
Yeah, I'm very fast.
I thought I heard you say that you used the bonus action to dash. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh no. I thought I was gonna have to, but I looked at it. I've been measuring it, and I was like, no, I can just run that.
Okay, cool. Yep, continue on.
Yep. I got a real quick check over. Blows. But yeah, flurry of blows. So I'll get 2 unarmed strikes,
Okay.
and I'm going to use them both on Mr. Ghostman. To pop up in my face. Still at disadvantage. Ooh, that's shit roll.
Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't hit.
Yep. All right, attack number 2. Oh, that's unfortunate. 13 to hit.
That hits.
Yay! Uh, 6 damage. You just watch his like Ryuji's just every time he moves, it's just like a black wind, like there's a dozen fans on at once. Immediately runs to one of the canisters, takes a stance, and swings his fist. And you watch the gust of air comes out and blows up the canister. But as this ghost comes out, he looks at it and proceeds to kick at it twice with his feet, each one making a wind attack come out. First one misses, second one smacks it in the chest.
All right. I guess it'll
And
be.
that'll be the end of my turn. Yes.
Yeah, and we're gonna go to Sulo because I want him to figure out if he's gonna be able to get out of this or not.
Yeah. I'll just make another dex save. That is 14 to...
Ooh, being a monk is fun.
There you go. You get out of it. You're
Let's
ungrappled.
go!
Truly is.
So that still counts as my action, though, right?
No.
'Cause
Oh wait,
Oh,
maybe.
Oh, it
I think it does. Yes.
was a pretty sure. I thought it did.
Yes, it does.
That's unfortunate. I don't really have anything else to do, so I think that'll be my turn.
Okay, and you're no longer grappled, so I'll remove you from the train.
Okay.
Hey.
That's a positive.
That is a positive, isn't it?
Wait, do I actually? I don't have my reaction anymore, right? No, because that was already used.
I mean, your reactions are used out, like not during your turn.
Okay.
But you are gonna go ahead and have to do it again because it's going to move again
God.
at the end of your turn. It is going to use the spectral exhaust again.
I knew that's why you did that.
Yeah.
You motherfucker for that.
Yeah. It's gonna go ahead and use the ghostly rails to move all the way over here.
Define here.
It'll move
I'll say,
20
you
feet.
might
Seriously,
not
somebody
gonna
make
have
sure they.
to-
One of y'all better make sure y'all break the other canister. Don't let
So
this
you are
thing
grappled
heal
again.
No.
God damn it.
You failed.
My boy. They took him again.
You just see
Great
Sulo
fucking had
jump
out
off,
for him.
and he's like, "I got off, guys," and then just gets grabbed by a ghost and pulled back in.
Oh, Nancy moved closer.
Alrighty. Does now you guys go?
Alright, it's closer now.
Right? I don't
Is
have
it
to worry
now?
about
Like,
dashing.
What's up?
I'll
Was that a legendary action it took?
Yep.
Was that a legendary action it took, or was that its turn?
It's a legendary action.
Okay.
I'm gonna move over and smack it.
Okay.
Since I don't have to worry about action surging anymore, even though for some reason it says I don't have it, even though I do.
Just let me know if you're gonna use action surge, and you'll just have it as an action.
Okay.
You'll only use it once though. So
Oh, you have action surge?
she is a warrior.
Badass.
She's a fighter. Sorry.
Fighter, yeah.
Oh, I thought
Casting
you were an
guiding
I thought
bolt.
you were an Illrigger.
She is.
I am Illrigger. I put the two levels we gained last time into fighter for action surge.
Oh, okay. So you multi-class.
Sir, you have to roll to hit.
Try roll to hit.
Yes.
Oh, I
Roll to
targeted
hit.
myself. Oops, hold on.
This is attack roll. How the fuck do I roll to hit it?
Roll me a d20.
It says roll a d20 plus 6.
You roll my
13. That one hit the canister.
Cool. It hits and it blows up.
Yay! I shouldn't have used a level 2 spell slot on that.
As it blows up, you see coming up from the debris is a little ghost man.
Does he take the damage?
Nope.
Damn.
Okay, there we go. Now it's attacking.
Okay,
because,
that
like,
was
not
an
me.
action. Now I have a bonus action. Anyone injured? Unharmed.
I'll check Nox I'll check Nox because I'm not sure if he's healed.
Oh, are we on the next? Are we on the next round?
No, you're not on the next round. They're still doing their turn.
What can I do with the bonus action?
Dab on the haters.
Bonus action.
You gonna roll to hit, babe?
Actually,
Babe? Roll to hit?
Oh, I did.
What? I didn't see anything roll.
I don't know why I didn't roll.
Get rid of that circle.
Now it rolled. Nope. Yeah. 16 does hit,
It
so
did?
go ahead and do the damage.
I don't got anything to do with the bonus action.
Why is there a giant sphere here?
I don't know.
because I'm throwing acid into its mouth.
I'm right there. I am right there.
I'm right here as well.
No, it is. It is.
Cool.
No,
It
I'm about to
is
say,
going.
don't worry, I'm almost certain it's not that fucking big.
It is going to
So
go
yeah,
ahead and
okay.
use its legendary action to succeed, and nothing will happen.
I mean, legendary resistance.
Yes. Sorry.
Oh. He just sees them shake it off and goes, "Ah, okay. I'm going to stop moving now." And start backing up. I do not know how to get rid of the circle, though. This is
Oh.
just here, huh?
It just gets. Yeah, I just do this.
Oh, I don't know why I didn't apply the damage. Did it apply the
That
damage?
was one thing I couldn't figure out. Like, you know,
Yeah,
I
it
actually made some circle spell.
Okay, that's the end of my turn.
Yep. It already applied the damage because you hit.
Wait, my reaction was used?
Yes.
When did I roll? When did it
No
roll?
idea. You use something.
I would say my reaction was used. I think it's because he moved it away from us. And the game didn't register that he used his legendary action.
Ah, probably. It does do that.
That's the end of my turn.
Cool. At the end of at the end of your turn, Shadow, it is going to use a little legendary action,
God damn it!
which I need
Stay
you.
away from me!
I'm
What
going to
legendary
cat. It's good.
What a thing you have. Damn.
Legendary actions come back every round.
Yep.
Yeah, but still, you use like, what is this, like a third, fourth one now?
Cool. It's going to go ahead and you're going to take a DC 10
Yeah.
concentration.
I'll concentrate and keep my weapon pulled out.
Yep.
How do I roll it?
Just so you know, it has 4 legendary actions per turn, and it's so far only used this
Okay.
second one.
Oh, that's fucking nuts.
Oh, you
Constitution
succeeded.
saving throw. Yeah.
Cool. You did take the 3 damage though, and you are frightened.
No, I scraped my knee.
And that is it. Anyone else has to go? I believe Nox
Me.
does. Oh no, man, Nox already
As
did
well.
his. Yes, go
I
ahead
need
up.
mine. Go again. To attack.
Inventory, where is my weapon bag?
18.
Content.
18 does hit, yeah. Fuck yeah. It is dealt 6
And-
damage. Ouch.
Wait! 6.
Cool. And at the end of your turn, it's going to use another legendary action,
No.
which is going to be the exact same thing that I just gave to the Green Shepherd. I'm going to do it again.
Good thing I'm not attacking it. What's Frank
Um,
do again?
I mean, the important thing is that we've got rid of all the ghost canisters. So
Why did I take more damage?
Because you take half damage. So you took 2 damage.
Oh, you're doing it to me again?
Yep.
Oh.
So you're frightened again, and you're gonna make another concentration save. Damn it!
I did.
Yeah.
God damn it! Well, fine. If that is all of your guys' go.
I'm trying to bully the.
Yep.
Trying to bully the goddamn healer.
All right, cool. At the start of its turn, it gets back all of its legendary actions, and now it is. We're gonna start with the little wayward Hank that's sitting in front of Ryuji, and it's gonna go ahead and make an attack against you.
Okay.
There's 3 of these guys in total.
Yep.
Yep.
Ouch! It does nothing.
Ooh, and that one.
Yeah, that fucking sucks.
Get that shit out of here.
Eat shit.
Well, it's fine. It's going to go ahead and end its turn inside of you.
Really?
Yep.
I don't believe Ryuji consented to that.
Yep. So you take 3 damage. I don't know if it applied to you already.
Why did it
No,
say
I have,
frightened
to,
last
I, have
forever?
to click, I have to click apply.
Go ahead and click that then.
Why did it say frightened forever? What?
Well, let you know.
If you're unable to, I can click it for you.
No. It did it already.
Alright, cool. And then it's the other one who's going to move its feet over here, right in front of Sylvia. And it's going to go ahead and take a same thing that it did on him. It's going... Nope, that's the wrong shit. Pretend you didn't see that.
Oh, I saw it all.
You can hide it from us.
Here you go, Sylvia. It's going to go ahead and roll to attack on you, and it's got a pretty shit fucking roll. Barely under your goddamn AC! Okay, well, it's also going to end its turn inside of you.
Who told you? Did you even consent?
Don't need
I already
to.
made that joke.
So you take 8 damage.
You didn't even concern.
And then this one's going to go ahead and fly over here.
And try and get me?
Yep.
Obviously.
I believe it can get you. You're like
it
the
probably
only
can.
one I'm sure that it can probably hit.
I'll use turn on dead
Damn it!
He eats shit as well.
Damn it! Fuck!
Okay.
2 nat 1s? Holy fuck! Well, it's just gonna end its turn inside of you as well.
Oh, get out of me. Only knocks.
Alrighty.
Who? What?
Go ahead and make a concentration save. You're concentrating on the arrow that you were going to cast before, so that's why you have to make a concentration save.
Okay. 10.
Fuck, you succeed. Alrighty, now that their turns are over, it is now the train's turn. I guess the easiest person it's going to go ahead and have a time with is going to be Nox. So it's going to go ahead and move over there. And it is still within Sylvia's range, so it does not get an opportunity attack from you.
No, not again.
Poor owl.
Actually, hold on. I think I'm gonna go ahead and keep him right here, because I'm gonna just slightly turn him, and then use a 30-foot cone instead.
Oh crap.
Oh boy.
Oh.
How about we don't do that, and we say you did?
I think I'd have to do
Will I?
it like right there. So if I wanted to hit both of you, I'd have to move this slightly over like this guy right here.
Oh god.
So you're gonna hit the owl and Nox?
No, I'm trying to hit Ryuji and... Oh shit.
Oh, okay. You bastard.
So
I know, right? I'm so evil. Yeah, it's gonna move like this to get the 30. Just like that.
It tickles my toes.
Yep, it's gonna just barely tickle your toes, and it's gonna be hilarious. Alright,
Does a ghost also take damage?
You changed my grapple, so I'm sitting in front of the cone.
What save am I rolling?
Would you say you're sitting? You know what? No, we'll say that you're still on top because you're
I
grappled.
was gonna say, I was grappled over there. What the fuck?
Let's see. What save are you making? I need to make sure that I know exactly what save. Here you go. This is what it's using. Oh,
Okay,
Oh,
Constitution
boy.
saving throw.
what the fuck? Why the hell did it?
What?
Why did it do that?
Why to do what?
There it is.
Ah,
I am not rolling well today. Your blessings go unheard.
What is wrong with this thing? Okay, I'm just gonna look at the thing.
Oh man, I rolled my shit.
Yeah.
So I got a
So unfortunately,
I got
the
a
DC
14.
is 16,
Damn!
and then you take this many necrotic damage. Oh my
so you
god!
take 70
Poor I no, not her. I don't know why I did that. Hold on, it's this one. I guess I'll have to reroll this, but
So the ghost doesn't take damage?
it will. Why the hell?
So if Ryuji takes 7 damage, that means I also take 7 damage.
I just have to do that so it gets.
Oh
that back.
right, yeah, you have that thing on me, so I take half damage.
Yep.
What is wrong with this goddamn thing, bro? Stop it!
I'm definitely liking this more than PPV.
Okay, why the hell is it? Why is it targeting itself? Stop it.
Oh, you mean above VTT?
I mean,
Yes.
it can itself if it wants to.
There you go. Now you'll go ahead and make you two. Select up to infinity creatures. Shift right click on a token. Blah 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 blah. There you go. And Ryuji and Nox are the only two who have to roll. I can roll for you, or you can roll yourselves. Which one would you like?
Oh, you want me to roll again?
No. So,
When
fuck.
When did I lose HP?
When it ended its turn inside of you.
Oh.
Okay, so in order for me to use this ability, I
Like the penetration.
yes. Alright, cool. It'll roll your saving throws for you and see what you guys get. And if you guys saved, you guys won't take any damage.
I got a 22.
So Nox should have taken 6 damage, and then you took 1. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Everything was applied correctly. Cool. Awesome. With that,
What
it'll
just happened?
end its turn.
I won't lie,
Did
this
it just
blast
breathe on us?
blast saving the blast is saving the fuck out of me.
Yes, it did breathe on you.
Oh,
Cool.
that's awesome.
Whose turn is first? Well, who wants to go first?
I mean, I can use a dagger on the thing that's in front of me.
I would definitely suggest doing that.
Fine.
Otherwise, it's going to get an opportunity attack against
Oh
you.
my god.
Cool.
What the fuck?
You can still do actions during your turn after doing that if you would like.
That's not, I mean,
You have disadvantage on everything.
yeah.
You have double disadvantage because you're grappled and then you're point blank if you're using your gun.
Well, no, destruction doesn't have disadvantage.
Sure it does.
It doesn't.
I say it does.
It doesn't.
Fuck you.
Oh, well, don't matter what you say, it doesn't.
Is there anything else you'd like to do during your turn, Sulo?
I guess I will go ahead and
Could
just.
do.
roll
We've got
it.
to the bathroom in a minute.
Yes, we will take a break in about 10-ish minutes.
Hours.
Wait, how do I? How does you turn on?
How do I
dead?
target things?
Go ahead and on your left-hand side, there is a little thing called token controls, and then you're going to go ahead and look right below the little box. It says select targets. That is how you select targets. and then you just hover over the train, and then just click on it, and then it'll target the train. Okay,
I don't.
brother.
Oh, there it goes.
I will
Select
say,
target.
brother.
Oh, okay. There.
Yeah, and now anytime you target the train, it'll automatically look at its AC and then be like, okay, cool, you're gonna roll this
Yeah.
die, and if you have less than the AC, you won't hit. Period. And because you already grab it, it'll already give it disadvantage, which you unfortunately still hit. Fuck you.
Let's go.
Ouch.
9 damage.
Ouch.
Yeah, we're fucking this
Oof,
right
yeah.
now. Alright, now it's my turn.
Cool. At the end of your turn, is gonna go ahead and use a legendary action.
Not again.
Yep. It will use them every goddamn time it has a chance to.
It needs to die.
It is going to go ahead and use the same one it used on space on Green Shepherd
Green
before.
God damn it!
Poor
I will
Green
make sure
Shepherd.
you fucking fail this shit.
No! I
Yes.
refuse to fail! I am incapable of doing so! They need me, I can't go down!
Cool. Roll me a save.
Hey!
Roll me a save.
Constitution save.
Damn it! God damn it.
Hey!
Fuck. Okay. Whatever. Fuck you. Alrighty. That's whoever wants to go next.
Hey, Naz DM.
My turn!
I'll go.
Or,
oh.
that work. You go ahead and go first.
Yeah, I'll go
Also planning
next.
my shadow.
I'm not. I'm just gonna beat the shot of the ghost that's on me.
No, you should just walk away from it. What's the worst that could happen?
I'll take an opportunity attack. That's probably what would happen.
I mean, he's saying it like I can't just walk away from this fucker scot free.
You want to bet?
You know, it'd be funny if I got yours and then you had like some sort of ranged weapon too to shoot mine.
30.
Anyway, yep. I'm gonna attack it.
Okay.
33 feet, damn, too far. Nobody using it.
Oh God, damn it!
Just barely misses.
Oh, well, it was a nat one anyway.
How do you fail that though? How does that look?
They're like I'm just like killed over for a second, like, oh, that's so fucking gross. And then like the ghost like popped out of my chest and like at me, and so I get irritated. I try to fucking cut it immediately and miss.
That's like
Like it's just like cartoon. It's like cartoon fucking with me right now. And Ryuji is not amused.
Okay.
After that, elemental strike. Much better.
Okay, I got an idea. I know what I'm doing my turn. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm allowed fucking second level spell slots.
So 9 thunder damage.
9 thunder damage. It unfortunately is immune to thunder damage, so I don't know why it rolled the damage, but it is immune to thunder damage.
Ah, fuck.
So I'll just add that back to it. But it
I
is
swear,
immune
I swear
to
the DM just adds these in.
What? I would never do that.
If he's not in there, that means we did hit him.
Yeah, so it's just like it's just fucking with me. It's like going in and out, just making noises, and I'm just swinging at it wildly.
I'm sorry, I posted a little image and I thought it was fucking hilarious. The little... I posted it inside the Discord and I thought that was like the perfect, like... the perfect gift for what you said.
Okay, I know what I'm gonna do with it.
Yeah, that'll be the end of my turn. I can't do anything
Cool.
else.
At the end of your turn,
unfortunately.
it is gonna go ahead and do the exact same thing to Shadow.
God damn it!
Oh my god, he's trying to kill you.
I'm being targeted.
You
Yeah,
are.
being
That's
targeted
a bit mean.
Fuck you!
Yeah, 29.
Roll a Constitution save throw. Concentration.
Yeah.
Fuck! Damn it! Alrighty.
Okay, my turn. Please and thank you.
Yeah, go
I'm gonna
ahead.
heal myself. Let's
Of
check.
course.
Oh, fucking myself. Healing. Roll. Yeah, back full health. And then as my bonus action, I use Healing Word on Ryuji. Click on this. Click T on. Try not to select the ghost because that would suck.
Oh wait, are you sure you want to use that on me? I've only missed 4 HP right now.
Oh yeah, no, I won't use it on you then. What to do with my bonus? Who else is injured? Let's see. Barely injured. Barely injured. Oh,
I'm injured.
use Healing Word on you then.
I appreciate
I
you
got
looking
hit
out.
pretty
for me.
hard.
Healing Word. Cast spell. Oh. Oh, no token
Thank
target.
you.
It says no token was targeted, but I thought I targeted them. What?
Yeah, it says you targeted them.
I'm targeted.
Yeah,
Oh, you said
they're,
they're healed?
yeah, they're healed.
Yep.
Healed.
Why is it unarmed?
Man.
Oh, it is unarmed. Okay, okay. That's the end of my turn.
Is it my?
Alrighty. Someone else to go?
I'll take my
Hey.
turn.
Yeah.
Or do you want to go first?
No, you go.
Oh,
I'll-
okay.
I
Down
need,
to.
I need to go for a wee though.
Okay. After this round, we'll go ahead and take a bathroom break, okay?
I'll do a little dance till then.
Okay.
Dance to the
And then
jazzy music.
I'll take out my rapier that I just kind of keep tilted on my side that I don't really like using because pointy objects and me don't get along. Found that out the hard way.
Stupid little cat. I'm sorry. Keep going.
No,
I'm
I
so
don't
sorry.
Oh wait, it's trying. No, you're good. It's trying to target the locomotive. I don't want to target the locomotive.
Oh, you go?
Target. No, I'm trying to target the wayward.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It is targeting it, by the way.
Oh no, the first one targeted the locomotive, so
Okay.
I switched over to it. And then I'm gonna roll. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Explain to me how you failed that.
Step yourself
I'm
in the
used to
shoulder.
a very heavy warhammer and not, a light rapier, and so I kind of fumble and I swing really hard. And I just spin in circles.
Are you using your
because-
action surge?
No.
Okay.
Well, wait. Actually, maybe I should.
That's up to you.
Maybe. I will. I'll use it.
Well, you spin around like a cartoon. You can hit him on the
Yeah.
backswing.
Right. I'll try again
Okay.
with my rapier. I don't think using.
You're targeting yourself?
I noticed. Why is it targeting
I'm
me?
totally fine with you targeting yourself, by the way. That's fine with me.
I would not like to do that. I would not like to do that. Please and thank you. No. Target. Thank you.
It is targeting. Okay.
Okay. Okay, that went much better.
That one hits.
Much better.
Not really.
Well, I mean, it dealt damage to him.
Yeah, fair.
Is that all you can do?
That's all I can do.
Wonderful. Shadow, again.
Are you kidding me? What the fuck did I do to the train? Ryuji's the one who called me names.
Yeah, no, you're unfortunately getting hit with DM bias. Like,
You're the healer.
Shame on you, DM.
Oh
Nah,
no.
nah, bullshit. Shame on you.
Fuck! God damn you!
Ah.
Stop saving!
Can I
Yes, you can,
Can I have
go
a
now.
go after?
Yep, you can go now. I was just bullying. I was bullying Shadow for a little bit. Yep.
A little bit. You've been doing it
Well, I'm
about
up there a
30
little bit.
minutes.
Can I go? Can I use the dagger?
On the one in front of you, yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna use fucking life tether on it. Anytime I take damage, I sort of the fucking train.
I don't think you could use that on an enemy, can you?
I can. It says life tether. I can choose an enemy. Oh,
But
I'll read the
I
description.
can use hungering blade to mix with it.
Sir, why did you go from injured to barely injured? The fuck?
Me?
Yeah.
I was
Maybe-
always barely injured.
Okay. Maybe it was just orange because you were selected on it. Okay.
Wait, I'm always orange. What are you talking
So that misses Arlana.
Ah, damn, I've got no spell slots anyway. Whip. Damn it! Can't do anything.
Noct is going to run up and fling out his dual talons,
Okay.
Oh, God.
dripping blood from it, which catches it into an ethereal, similar blue fire, but a bit darker and sapphire in nature, as he's going to use one of his rights to bless his claws.
Nope, can't do that.
I can't?
No, I'm kidding. Okay, yes, you can.
You should be able to do it, you child.
God, stop doing that.
That's like the whole point. What else am I here for? I'm not to say no.
I take 2 points of damage, and I will attack. Da-da-da-da.
Apparently, you
Oh, I-
hit me. It says Arla didn't take the damage.
No, it's because you're targeting. It's because you were targeting him. Like if you have yourself selected and you're looking at it, you can apply it to yourself if you really wanted to. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can.
No, thank
Would I have advantage because I'm flanking this
No,
one?
you're not flanking, by the way.
How about now?
Nope, it's not flanking.
How about now?
The one who'd have flanking would be Arlana, but you know what? I'll allow it. I'll just
How
say
about
yes. Then you definitely would not have. You definitely would not have it because you have to be adjacent from each other in order to get that. Damn. Okay. Fuck you.
Oh, don't
Yeah,
worry.
That's a lot
It's
of
only
damage.
that. And then I deal double the radiant damage.
Yeah, all your damage is already doubled, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Roll for radiant. And since this is undead, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is actually already dead, by the way.
Oh.
As you
It's
stab
just
through it, and
like-
you're like your flame kind of like engulfs into it. It already died, but how would you like to see it die?
Oh, I just kind of rend it and be inches from Arlana's skin and then rake up, scattering its essence upwards.
Cool. And is that all you can do? Is that all you're gonna do, or do you have a bonus action you'd like to do?
I move from there. He's going to say, "Okay, one down, others to go. I need to. I can't make it over there. See you later."
Thank you, my hero.
He's gonna start running back. A bright light is like shedding from the blade too. That's my turn. I can't do anything else.
Alrighty, I think that's everybody. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yep.
We will take a small little break for you guys to use the
Oh, I
bathroom
can't find any
or get a
piss.
drink.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
What the fuck is this? Break time.
Break time.
Oh, cool.
That's neat.
weren't paying attention.
Paying full attention.
Liar.
Alrighty.
Anyway.
We ended the turn on me starting the next turn. So it is now the leftovers turns goes. And it is going to go straight for the... It's going to be the wayward next to Ryuji, and it's going to go ahead and make an attack against you.
I have no cheap points left to do cool shit with.
Was it 22 hit?
Oh, I could have. I'm going to use deflect attack since it came up.
You cannot. Just so
Why
we're
not?
both aware. That is not the kind of attack that would do that. The attack that it's using is called a wayward attack. It is called Draining Regret, and it sucks
It
the life
does.
out of you.
What that damage
It
does
says,
do?
it says when an attack roll hits me and damage. Oh, then again, it's not. It's not
Includes
bludgeoning,
bludgeoning,
or
piercing,
slashing.
or slashing. It is not
Yeah.
either of those.
All right, fair enough.
I mean, you took 4 damage. I don't know why you took only 4 damage. That's weird.
Because of what's it called? Fucking Warding Bond.
Fuck you.
He takes 4 damage. I take 4 damage.
Fuck you.
Yeah, that's right. He got my back, motherfucker.
Exactly. I'm not letting them die today.
All right, and then it's now Sylvia's turn. Oh, sorry. As its final thing, it's gonna go ahead and end its turn inside of you. So it's gonna go ahead and
Yeah, of course.
you're taking another 1d10 damage. So you take 5. He takes 5. Not you.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't got that much left in me. I'm actually in full health now. I forgot I got killed.
Now it is the next Wayward's turn, and it is gonna go ahead and attack you with its Draining Regret. 19 to hit.
The owl just forever stuck on the train.
8 damage.
Yes, because I can't fucking get off.
And now it's gonna go ahead and end its turn inside of you.
She's destined to never leave.
Oof.
Okay, how cool. I gotta heal. I gotta heal.
take
Oh my
I gotta
goodness.
heal. I gotta heal Nox. I gotta heal the doll.
It is now the train's turn.
Uh-oh.
No.
Hello, Nox.
Hello.
Oh no! Wait, did that just go
He's
through me?
back on the train.
It did not move past you. It is still within range for you. So you're not technically gonna get an opportunity.
No,
to
but
attack.
I'm saying, did it go over me? Picture-wise, it looked like it went over me.
Technically no.
Okay. As long as it didn't run me over and I didn't get grappled to it, we're good.
So Nox.
No, he said that. No, he said that he's gonna get you.
Right?
Oh. Hello there, Mr. Train. Could you not?
Yikes! 11 damage to the first hit.
Oh.
Oh, the second one misses. Let's go.
I'm not seeing these.
Just like hits me, and then I just kind of roll up on the cow catcher.
Oh,
What?
you failed.
Okay.
I am so
I don't even
sorry.
get to roll anymore.
You did. You got a 3. I am so sorry what's what will happen to you.
Fucking run over.
Oh no.
I don't think he's that sorry. Let's be honest.
He doesn't sound very sorry.
Nox cannot regain hit points anymore.
Ah.
No.
Oh, that's fucked.
That's unfortunate.
Cool. And with that,
What happened?
it used part of its fun ability called its lair action, where it targets you and exudes a ghostly soul, like a ghostly glow off of its mouth, and that ghostly glow seeps into you and makes you unable to regain hit points as you start glowing from the inside out, as if you're being taken over by something.
He's possessed again.
All right. With that is the end of its turn.
Probably wish he was possessed like last time, but right about now.
roll my dex save.
Oh, you said it's our turn, right?
Hey, you pass.
Finally!
Turns around, hits him again.
I swear to God.
How'd you
he's
know
not
that's
fucking
exactly what
going.
it's about to fucking do?
Yeah, I'm about to say, you know he's about to. Shit!
Back on the train!
No, that's all I can do. So.
Is that the end of your
I
turn?
can hunt it.
Yeah.
I can hunt it and mark it.
It's going to use its legendary action
Oh my fucking
No.
God.
to go ahead and roll at Nox.
Okay.
I wish I could hear you, babe.
What do you have against him? My mic is on.
This isn't against. This is against Nox, not the other guy. Shadow,
The
not
other
Shadow,
guy.
not Shadow, not this
No,
guy.
the other guy.
I know, right?
Wow.
Well, see, there you go. He succeeded, but he's still frightened, and he took 3 damage.
Wait, is anyone else seeing these rolls? Because the last roll I see is slow.
Yeah, it's because
Yeah,
you also
I
see
am
these
seeing-
ones.
Oh.
He's rolling behind the DM screen.
We're in the
rolling
dark
like,
in this one
public.
then.
It's so we
do-
can't call it.
Okay, here. I'll reveal it to you. There you go. Ahead. There you go.
Okay, so you did succeed.
Yes, you did succeed. Yes. There you go. And then that is its end of its legendary action. So go ahead and continue your guys' turn.
Okay, I will go. I will go next since I really got to deal with this damn ghost.
You can't go anywhere. You still got a ghost up your ass.
Yeah.
Okay, I got
Alright.
1 spell slot left.
Okay, still decent. I don't know why I was about to say it out loud. Like you said, it tells us. All right,
So I use channel
10
divinity.
slash, 10 slashing damage.
Mhm.
Bonus action, unarmed strike. Gonna make it normal. Oh fuck no!
That unfortunately does not hit.
I know it wasn't that one.
Yep. How do you fumble that?
I stab it. It turns like it goes around. It appears literally like out of my ass, making the face again. So I was like, "Oh, that's it!" And I tell you, just watch as where Yuji goes and ends up punching himself in his own fucking ass cheek.
How the hell do you bend over that far?
Impressive.
Just like, "Ah, my ass! God damn it!" I'm like, "I didn't even know I could bend like that. Fuck!" That'll be the end of myself.
Awesome.
Those are real pain in me. Well,
I'll go next, I guess. I'll try stabbing again. Not gonna work very well, but I'll try stabbing again. Is he injured? It's targeted before anything. Again, it is targeted, and that hits, correct?
Yeah.
Almost max damage. I'll hit it for 8.
Okay. I believe that kills him.
It just says he's injured.
Ah, yeah. That is true. He's only injured.
I'm gonna help you
He
with my
still has,
go
like-
so I can go back to punching the train. That'd be swell.
I'm
or
trying here. This thing's gonna kill me though if I don't.
I don't know, not you. I'm just talking about the other people. I'm saying there's a lot of us that I'm still dealing with the fucking ghost.
Me too. Yeah, well, it's my turn because that's all I can do. Well, actually, no, I have a bonus action, correct? I'm gonna do.
Oh yeah, you can use your bonus action here.
Yeah. I'm a second wind.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Oh, that did so well.
Hey, that was not bad. 3.
Hey, well, that's my turn.
The dice are cursed, aren't they?
Right?
Let's see you Nox. I've got shit dice today. I guess I attack next. Everybody's gone quiet. Don't like it.
Oh, we're just waiting for you to do stuff.
Yep.
Don't worry, sweetie, you're fine.
So I mean snacks, so I have my mic muted.
Is it my go or?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's everyone's go, technically.
I was confused for a second.
It's all good.
Normal.
Search.
My dice glitched for a second. That was weird.
I'm going to go ahead and
I-
attack it at disadvantage.
That sounds a bit slow.
Oh, that hurts to see.
Alright.
I see.
I attacked it with 22. Nice.
And took 5 damage, so hell yeah.
Is this undead?
Yeah.
Well,
The whole thing's undead. Everything's
can't
dead.
tell you that.
Does my Crimson Ride do double damage or single damage?
Okay, so I'll just keep using that to heal myself then.
I'll let you know that it is not dealing double damage.
Okay. So it only takes 2 radiant and 3 slashing for
Mhm.
piercing. And then second attack because I have Nick on it.
Uh-huh.
Boom, 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 disadvantage. Ah. I'm still stuck under it. Just flailing around.
It's got his like mouth on top of you and everything, pushing you down.
And I guess I'll roll at the end to see if I can escape. Nope. Oh,
You do.
oh shit. The triangle was cocked on my screen. Slip. And that'll be his turn. Oh.
Alright, anybody else's turn?
My turn.
Cool.
Okay,
Oh, you bastard! What the fuck?
I got fucking heal and Nox is about to die.
That'd be fine.
Okay, so how close am I to Nox?
We're like basically touching.
4.91. I can do fucking medkits. Don't have to waste a spell slot. Open that. Wrong button. Click on that.
I'm sorry, sir, but you have to move back.
I have to move back?
Not you. Nox does.
Ah.
Unless you wanted to take opportunity attack Nox.
I'm not outside 5 feet though.
You are outside 5 feet. You did move outside his 5 feet. So,
What's outside is 5 feet.
Let's see.
Because from his thing, I'll be fine here.
Hey, I can't get closer. Fuck.
That is outside 5 feet.
Oh, his thing is a circle.
Well,
That's cool.
it's not a circle, but that's his range, basically. His cube,
Alright,
like,
well,
his
there we go.
cube is smaller, but his image is bigger, basically.
Okay, use
Give it a
healing
little-
word on.
no.
He's too far away still. I need to be 5 feet. A little bit closer than 5 feet.
No, our corners can touch.
Our corners can touch. And like, oh yeah, just
Yeah.
barely in 4.93. That works.
Sure.
If we're going to be asinine about this, I'm going to be petty.
That's fine. I would implore you to be as petty as you can be.
Okay, bust out the fucking healer thing. Target him. What's your hit die?
1d10.
1d10. Healing 1d10. Roll.
Cool. Nox doesn't get
Yeah,
any
11.
hit points back.
Oh, I forgot about that! Fuck!
Nox can't heal.
You just kind of wrap me up, and it's just like, you're better, man. And I'm like still bleeding from every
He's like, oh
orifice.
shit. Fuck,
I actually forgot about. I
curse or
actually forgot about
something?
that too.
Got
Fuck, I think
anything
that's-
stronger than methamphetamines?
Is this like a curse or something?
Yep.
Hold, it's a curse?
Sort of. Not really.
Fuck. Is it an illness?
I can tell you right now. Oh my god, why am I'm not casting that on
It's
myself.
a DM
Is he
ability that you
poisoned?
cannot survive.
It is called a ghostly shroud. It has to be recovered by a long rest or lesser restoration.
What about a prayer of healing?
Aww.
Nope.
Poor Nox.
Fuck. But wait, lesser restoration you said?
Lesser restoration, yes.
Hey, I do have that. I mean, fuck, I should use that first. Damn it! Oh wait, no, I'm out of spell slots now. Fuck. Well, shit, good luck.
Oh boy.
I said, well, I guess I'm out of a job for you.
Had I
On your
remembered
own.
that, we would have been fine. You might be dying here. Sorry, bud.
Besides, also doesn't
That's
prayer
fine.
healing require like 10 minutes to cast?
No, it says instantaneous.
Oh, does it? Which
Yeah, it
one?
says it's-
Which one's the require? Which one's the one that requires like 10 minutes to cast?
I think that's fucking. It's a well of something.
I know
Basically, I can
there's-
only.
There's one of
Oh,
them,
I don't think
from
I
the
have
clerics that like costs like takes like 10 minutes to cast, which I thought was so
What
stupid.
is ceremony?
I think prayer of healing is the one that you like. It does good heal, but you can only do it outside of battle.
I don't think I have prayer of healing. I thought I had prayer of healing. No, prayer of healing, I do have that. It's. Oh yeah, no, you're right. It does take 10 minutes. Fuck. Wait, but it says the duration is. Oh wait, no. After the 10 minutes, it's days. Yeah, never mind.
Okay, so I was
can't
right.
use that in combat.
I
Yeah,
was.
I can't use that in combat.
I mean, I guess you could use it in
Uh,
combat. You'd be sitting here for 10 turns.
Yep. Not gonna bother with that.
No, I'm about to say that's more than 10 turns.
Cool. At the end of your turn.
I'm not done yet. I have my bonus action.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm actually going to back up.
Leaving
No.
Nox there.
Yeah, so I can't do shit, so he's fucking sitting by himself. And I gotta
can't help
fucking-
ya. See ya.
So I'm gonna move
You're dead to me.
right over here.
That's so funny to me.
Cast a moment to think, and I'm gonna heal myself.
You can't.
I can't heal myself?
Nope. That's not how that works.
Why?
So it says when you cast this spell, you briefly stop time for everyone but yourself. You can take one additional action to move around in your space while no time passes for
for
other
you see.
creatures. This action can be used only to take, search, study, or utilize.
I'm gonna utilize my medkit. Hey.
You can such as when you draw a sword or as part of the attack action. Okay, does that thing require you to utilize? That's cool.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
So I'm gonna heal myself.
Huh.
Damn
Uh,
That one, huh?
That's
Where's
kind
my
of cool.
healer thing? There it is. 1d8. Heal my shit.
And,
9. Oh, fuck, no target. Still? 5.
Why'd you heal Nox again?
That was not intentional.
He really
I
likes
clicked on
me.
myself. Hey, I clicked on myself. Why the fuck did he heal Nox?
Now you're gonna go ahead and knock Doc. Now you're gonna go ahead and put Nox down again.
Stop killing me.
It is what it is. How the fuck do I thought I applied it to myself.
You have to.
Gee.
There you go. Now
I'm
do it.
targeted. It didn't give it to me. What the fuck? Did I heal Nox again?
I believe no. No, you did not. No.
Okay, I have myself to fucking selected. Apply.
Uh,
It's not healing me.
I think you can't use it on yourself.
I've used it on myself before.
It says if you have a healer's kit, you can expend one use of it and tend to a creature within 5 feet of yourself as a utilize action. That creature can expend one of its hit die and then roll that die. That creature then regains
My
a number of hit
die?
die points equal to the roll plus your proficiency bonus.
Yeah, I've used it on myself before though.
Hmm.
And it worked fine. So why the fuck is it not working now?
I have no idea.
I guess. Can I just fucking update it manually?
You could
I
have
can.
been. Yeah. I guess that's fine.
That's so. What was my max again?
I think it got used on me because I'm randomly healed.
Oh,
Because
Oh,
I'm
is it
at
on you?
19 randomly. Oh, sorry, I'm at 19, but I should be at 13.
okay. So I did use it on you. Fuck. Okay,
Well.
I just healed myself. Good.
Okay.
Moving on. I'm
Lucky.
ending my turn.
Alrighty. At the end of your turn,
I'll lock
I
that
get to
back
go
on.
ahead and do another legendary action. And it'll be on
You know the
Nox.
stupid legendary actions, man.
I know, right?
Evil.
Ah, damn.
No, I'm honestly just annoyed it has level. That I'm less annoyed that he has legendary action. I'm annoyed he has minions and legendary action.
Damn. Unfortunately, I deal no damage,
This
but
thing
you're still
really
frightened.
has it out for me. He'll say.
Alright, go ahead. I don't know who else's turns have to go.
I probably need to go at some point. On him. To kill. Attack. I don't know.
Kill, hopefully. Attack, yes.
Did you go, babe?
Yes, kill it.
Yes.
You went, babe?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did
Arlana,
my-
did you go?
No.
Okay, then go ahead and please take. Ooh, I'm sorry. That's not gonna hit.
Rip.
Rip indeed.
Yeah, what you want? Look,
Is that all you can do?
don't bug me doing. Bugging me doing D&D 4.
Arlana?
Yeah.
Is that all you can do?
I don't think I can use any of your reactions.
No, you can't use reactions on in a normal like. You have to use them on not on your turn.
No.
Then is
Oh, you already used all your spell slots, didn't you?
Huh?
No, I was talking to Arlana. I was like, you already used all your spell slots, didn't you?
I believe she did, yes. I mean, she says she still has 3, so I don't think so. I don't think she's used any of them yet. She's
She's
still
what?
concentrating on the Zephyr, not the Zephyr, but the ensnaring strike, so
Yeah. It says I'm still concentrating on that.
yeah.
Wait, that's been over.
No, it's a concentration to whatever she hits, basically.
It ends if I missed on it.
And it lasts for
Well,
a minute.
Ah.
Yeah, but I think it ends like the second she swings.
Whenever she deals an attack, yeah.
She's not dealt a single attack with arrows since she activated that.
She did 1. And then it says that she recasted it, so I'm assuming she just recasted it because she has 2 spell slots remaining.
Well, let me recap. I can use Ensnaring Strike then. Again.
Okay. I mean, that's up to you. See?
Hmm.
Now it shows that you're concentrating on that.
3 damage. Apparently.
Alright, well, if that's all you can do, Owl, have you taken your turn?
Yes, I used the saving throw to get out of the grapple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. I believe that's all of you guys' turn for this round, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. It is now
I think so.
the next turn, which is going to start with the minion, who is going to swing at Sylvia.
Oh God, cat, you are getting off my damn nerve.
Sounds like our cats.
All right, doggo, come on. Time for you to go outside of my goddamn room.
Goodbye, Sylvia.
Now you can have my nose.
No. No.
Yep.
No.
You take 15 damage.
15, I'm out. Bye.
my god.
Shit.
That's what I said. Goodbye, Sylvia. And then it's going to walk over here and end its turn inside of Sulo. Oops.
God damn it.
There you go. Now it's actually aimed at you. There you go. You take 6 damage.
God damn.
Cool. And now the train is going to go ahead and attack Nox.
No.
Hello.
Hello,
Again.
Nox.
Oh,
The
God,
train
it
says.
speaks.
The train says in a very deep voice.
Oh.
Boop. It's gonna just run right into you with its train face, and it deals 9 damage to you. And then it's gonna go for its last attack on you,
No, he's dead.
and it's gonna go chomping straight for you. 14 and 8 damage. So you go also unconscious.
No, I can't do anything. I've got no healing ability.
And then it's
Yeah,
going to
little light.
turn.
Oh. Okay. We're good.
And then on
Unconscious.
Ryuji, it's gonna go ahead and attack the not the train, but the wayward hate right next to you, and it's gonna go ahead and make its attack against you. Cancel. What the fuck? Why the hell?
Fuck,
Man,
that
nothing
one's so
but
far.
fucking good ass fucking rolls this turn.
All of a sudden. Damn.
I don't know why I didn't roll the damage. I don't know why I didn't pump me the damage. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Damn. Okay. 7 damage to you.
Fuck. And 7 damage to me.
Yep.
3d6. That is. Oh.
And then you take 1 damage, and he takes another 1 damage as it ends its turn inside of you. And now it's your guys' go. So I would like to get the death saves before.
Wait, how come it didn't split the damage between me and Ryuji?
I have no idea why I didn't. I mean, it did. He
No,
dealt
I'm
4
not saying it did,
damage.
'cause
But I didn't
only-
take any damage.
Oh no, mind you have psychic resistance. You have psychic resistance. You goob.
Death saving throw.
Why you have force resistance?
He's resistance to everything.
You both succeeded. Because any are gonna be 10 or
Yeah.
higher.
One of the bond things he gave me that's splitting off also gave me like resistance to fucking everything.
I see.
Yeah.
Luckily, resistance is a
Magical
stat.
and non-magical.
I mean, it's really sick. It really is just like, hey, I could tank and be a monk.
Oh god. Mm.
How the fuck?
Now, if only I can get this fucking monkey off my back so I can beat the shit out of the train.
Okay, so
Don't you laugh at it.
what can I do?
I'm gonna laugh at it. It's so funny.
I could kill that. Okay, I'll kill that thing and then I'll fucking.
Will you? Are you sure you'll be able to hit?
Well, it's not a matter if I can hit; it's a matter if he can dodge it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, because with what was it, Sacred Flame, he has to make a 14 dexterity saving throw, otherwise he get hit.
Sure.
Not yet though. I'm still doing my other shit. First I gotta find out, is that an action or is that a bonus action? That's an action, but I need to heal some bitches. No.
Kill the main people that you need.
I can heal Nox. He's fucking just dead. I could heal. How far away is?
It
You-
is. You can't heal.
You are, yes.
49 feet. Please tell me I can. Do I have a fucking spell slot? Let's see if I have a spell slot. I have a spell slot. Okay, healing word on Sylvia. If I can click them instead of the ghost.
Wait, how much does
Oh,
that
yeah.
heal for?
A lot.
A lot?
Oh, 11 HP. That's not bad.
There you go. She's back up.
Not
Thank,
bad.
thank you, thank you.
And then I still got my action. Then I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame on that boy.
Go ahead.
Sacred Flame.
You have to target him.
I did target him.
Oh, you targeted the wayward.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks.
Oh, he's asleep. Damn.
Oh dear.
Well, that's the end of my turn.
Okay.
And I'm
going
all out of
to-
spell slots. Good luck, guys. Unless you're right
Oh,
next to me,
boy.
no more heals.
I gotta take a shot on the train. Am I rolling at disadvantage because of the ghost inside of me?
Yes.
God damn it.
I can. I'll attack the one that's inside Reiju.
Ryuji?
Yeah, I'll attack that one
Awesome.
with my bow.
If shit hits the fan, I will throw my entire fucking necklace of fireballs and run away.
Goodness.
That would be hilarious. Don't do that.
A lot of people will die. That's all I gotta say.
Does that hit the
Yes.
thing that's
That does
inside?
hit.
Okay.
No, actually, it hits Ryuji.
No! Don't do that to me, man.
Damn. And it looks like he's pretty hurt with that arrow straight through him. He looks like he's slowly dissipating.
I
Not
can't do
dead
anything
yet,
else.
though.
I can't do anything else after that. I helped you! I helped you!
You appreciate it.
Sulo, are you gonna go ahead and make your attack?
I already
Oh, you
did. I
did.
failed.
Oh, fuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm going to make my attack. Well.
Throw a rock at Mach 10.
Oh, me potato salad.
Ooh.
Goddamn. Oh no, that hit. Okay.
That finishes him off.
Does it?
Hopefully.
Well, it
Yeah,
should be.
yoinky sploinky. Yeah.
He does in fact die.
Hey.
How'd you like to finish him off?
Like you watch as like the ghost is still just like appearing out of certain like parts of me, just like taunting me. And then as it makes me turn around to see Arlana, I see her pointing her bow at me, and she fires, and I'm like, wait, no. And then I see that the arrow actually hit the ghost, and I'm like, huh. And as it's reeling from the arrow that hit it, I immediately swipe it, take it off its head. I just give a thumbs up to Lana.
You're welcome.
Thanks
And
for
with
not hitting
that-
me this time.
Yeah. Shit. I was going to do an attack on the damn ghost train, but I'm pretty fucking injured. I should probably heal myself.
Probably.
You kind of in the line of sight of the.
If you can
One's
make it to
close to
me,
the
I
pan
can
as well.
heal you again.
Well, have you not taken your turn yet?
Oh, no, I have. Never mind.
Yeah.
Next round, I can.
So I'm going to use one of my hit die to heal myself.
Okay.
I don't know how I'm going to take that off paper. No problem, but
What do you mean?
well, you know how my sheet shows my hit die. I don't know how I'm going to remove it. Because it only allows me to remove those on a short rest, and I can't press that.
There you go.
Ah, thank you. Alright, does this do my constitution modifier as well, or just the hit die?
Just a hit die.
Okay. Close that. Let me roll a d8. Hey, that's pretty good.
That is pretty good, almost max.
GG.
Alright, I healed. 7 hit points. Alright. That's it for my turn.
Alrighty, at the end of your turn, legendary reaction.
Of course, he's going to use his legendary action as always.
I know, right? So mean, right?
Most of the team's been knocked out, pretty much. Or barely. Barely alive.
Is that all of the ghosts picking out right now?
Yep. Oh no.
No, Sula didn't save.
Sula did not save, so he is now frightened. And he
No.
took fucking 4 damage.
No.
Cool. Now it's your guys to go.
Death saves?
No, y'all already did that. It's still the same turn. He just did legendary action. Who hasn't gone yet?
It should be Sulo and Arlana who we have yet to go.
Oh, I can't
No,
go.
Arlana went. She
Oh,
helped me
Arlana
kill the
did go,
ghost.
yes. What do you mean you can't go?
Sylvia's still alive, aren't they?
Oh, you're unconscious now.
I'm fucking dead.
Oh no!
You're totally right. Whoops.
Do I don't
Uh,
turn, right?
So yeah, it's your
So
guys.
that's
That's
Syl-
over.
Forgot about Sylvia.
Next
Oh,
we
Sylvia's,
have-
oh, Sylvia's also up. Yes, go ahead, take your turn. Yes.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Sylvia got back up.
Can I
He
get an
healed.
action?
He healed her.
Yeah, I healed her earlier.
Yeah, that's fine.
Good action.
Uh-huh.
I'll bonk the train. Well, actually, oh yeah, I should probably help Sulo. Actually, probably.
I mean, how do I haven't used any of your baleful index?
Oh, because. I mean, I probably could.
You definitely should
no,
be.
Yeah, I don't know why you
What are you
even
doing?
that.
I don't know what she got to
Let's see. I'll do.
take the extra 3 fire and 3 necrotic. That's an extra 6 damage each time. That's crazy.
Well, last time we used necrotic damage, it healed him.
That was a joke, yeah.
Oh well.
You have
That's
got
why I haven't
stop.
been using it.
Like, DM, please stop making that goddamn joke.
Well, I have you know that he is immune to necrotic damage, so it wouldn't help you in any
I didn't
way.
use the other thing. Fuck.
I know, right?
Fine.
You
like
Stop
other-
stop accidentally gaslighting us.
Well, that's like the whole point about DMing. I can gaslight you as much as I want.
No, you gaslight when we make like a saving throw, or when we look for some shit. Don't fucking when we do an attack be like, nah, that doesn't work.
Well, it doesn't work. If you were to use necrotic on him, it wouldn't work. And the things
No,
that
it
she used on him
didn't.
before was also necrotic, and
Yes,
it was
and
immune to it.
also- Yes, but it didn't fucking heal it, which you said it heals.
Yeah, but it didn't heal it. I didn't actually give it any healing points. It didn't actually heal
Stop doing that.
it. That's the point.
God, he's getting aggressive.
Let's see. Is it okay? So if I can use the extra.
Wait, why is
one on
Nox
it,
on here?
Nox is dead.
the bonus action to heal. Okay.
This is on the ground.
No,
Oh,
I'm
Meaty's over
I'm wondering why you're. It says that you have like bleeding on top of like over here. It says Obsidious Noxix over here in the corner of the train.
Oh, that's his mouse.
That's I'm about to say that's his mouth.
Oh shit! Okay.
Sorry.
I just see Obsidious Noxix underneath the bleeding thing. I thought like you were making it bleed somehow, and I was like, what the fuck is going on?
I'm having powers from beyond.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Did that hit?
It did.
And
7, and then
9.
I'll use my baleful thing, and he'll have a mark on him, and I'll use my
Umbilical
bonus
cord.
action to do. I guess. Would fire do anything to the ghosts?
I guess there's one way to find out, right?
They'll hit fire and necrotic.
Yep.
I guess I'll do the fire one because I don't think necrotic's gonna do anything. I'll use my bonus action to burn the necrotic. Not necrotic, the fire one. So let's see, use. supposed to apply to that. I don't know why it didn't.
It did.
but- Okay.
Uh-huh. It took 1 damage.
That's why I haven't used it either. Fire ghost. Fire necrotic does shit.
I mean, 1 damage is better than no damage.
It's fair.
Take what
It's
we can
fair.
get.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's all
Cool.
I can
It's
do.
gonna use its one. It's gonna use its blood direction. And it's gonna go ahead and use Haunting Whistle on you.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it'd be no. We're gonna use it on. We're gonna use it. No, I think you would be the best choice. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm the best choice for keeping Sula alive.
Yeah, basically.
Rude.
Oh damn! Yeah, you failed that. Sorry, you're frightened now.
Well, I mean, it's not like my plan
Everyone
was to
injured,
kill
but I'm in the
everyone.
back.
Already. I believe that's it, right? For you guys' turn anyway?
I think it's my turn.
You took your turn
There we go.
already.
What did I do again?
You took your turn. You healed Sylvia and
Oh
you
yeah, no,
did
good point. Never mind.
Yep. Start of the turn, I'm gonna go ahead and turn the little ghosty guy back around and go ahead and attack Sylvia.
He's near death anyway, that ghosty thing is.
Let's see, does a oh man, almost a crit. Does a 23 hit?
Jesus Christ.
Yes, it does.
Cool. You take 9 damage and go unconscious again.
Damn. We got 3 people down.
Cool. And now it's gonna go ahead and fly
Well-
over here.
We really gotta hurry up and walking in this thing.
Cool. And because now I won't have to take an opportunity attack from Sylvia, I can go ahead and move the train over here to attack your lovely friend.
Oh my god.
No.
Hello,
Well, I
Green
guess that's
Shepherd.
I can run away now.
Noxie's definitely run over every morning.
I didn't even see him there. Yeah, he's definitely run over it. All right,
Look at the fucking wheel sitting on him.
Just a red stain after it goes over him.
21 to
No,
hit.
it hits!
13 damage.
Oh, fuck.
Roll your con save. Damn it. Well, I guess we're going in for another
That
hit.
stays up.
Yo, this blast is
Doesn't it?
Oh, that is not hit. You're totally right. All right, cool. That's the end of their turn. You guys go.
I'm gonna use my bow again.
Okay.
slug. You fuck out of this train.
That didn't work.
Yikes.
So
It
let me
rolled
check
off
this.
one.
I'm on the slash train.
Go
I
for
feel
it.
like it would be better with if you had physical dice instead. to get him psychros.
No,
Ah.
you're not allowed to use
I-
psychic. You're not allowed to use your die unless you're streaming. Like, unless you have like a camera set up and you can show me your rolls as they're happening.
What about me? I'm in the same room with you.
Nope, I don't trust you.
Okay, I'm gonna use Channel Divinity.
Okay.
Divine Spark Healing.
Oh, damn it, you know what? I could have flanked.
Who should I pick?
Well,
who should I
actually,
pick
no, I
up?
could still flank. Usually what?
Who should I pick up? Who does more damage? The owl or the doll?
I think the doll does.
Okay,
Oh.
if I get picked
Yeah,
up,
I'm about to say fast. Oh,
Holy
you don't
shit!
gotta worry about it.
God
Oh, he's back up!
Not
I guess I'm
both
picking up
women.
the doll!
Hell
I'm still
yeah.
trying after I get picked up.
Usability.
And before I attack, I'm going to.
I thought
My
I
ass.
fucking turned it. Didn't
I got 20. I got 25. That's got to hit, right?
Yeah, it does hit. Yes.
Healing. Go. Roll.
It takes 3. I don't know what damage it does. What damage? should it
So,
take?
7. There you go.
She's
The doll's
already
back up. And now with my bonus action.
Cool.
Moment to think, and
Before
we-
Ryuji your thing lands, I'm going to go ahead and make. Before you start moving over there, I would like you to go ahead and take this.
Oh, the train took 6 damage. Cool.
Just to make sure that you can't. If I do this and you're unable to move, then that's great for me. But if it doesn't, then it's fine.
It's almost dead.
Damn. Okay. Yeah. You got it. Oh yeah. Oh wait. So you land a. I think that was a crit, right? No, it was 27. Yeah. Damn. That's a lot of damage.
No, it's a lot of damage.
Damn it, you did all that shit. Can't see how much damage. I don't know how much damage I did for that attack.
Oh, you did like. You did 9 damage to it.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Bonus action, gonna punch it.
Father, did you take the opportunity attack from the wayward?
The who?
The wayward? That was standing right in front of you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I just dead.
Huh?
I just dead.
How is he dead?
Wait. Oh no, is that another one?
That was the one that was attacking Sylvia and Owl.
It's near death.
Oh. Wait, did it come over to me at one point?
Yeah,
What the
yeah,
fuck?
it came over to you right at the end of their turn.
Ah, I didn't notice it did that. No, I did not. Yeah, you can
Okay,
get
I'll
your
just
bitch
go ahead
ass
and
you can get your bitch ass opportunity attack.
I will do the bitch ass opportunity attack. I don't think it's gonna hit, but hey, opportunity attack is still an opportunity attack.
Yep, you ain't hitting shit.
He's got a string armor class.
That's
Cool.
what I was doing. Oh, thank you, advantage. Alright. 6 bludgeoning damage.
Yep.
Alright, I've done everything I've done everything I can do. Finish it off!
Wait, do I get an action?
At the start of your turn, at the end of Ryuji's turn, I'm going to go ahead and use another legendary action on you.
Oh my god.
It's gonna reverse.
Sulu Cogs, I'm going to go ahead and use this ability.
I'm really gonna try to knock Sulo back down. You know.
I know, right? Cool. I believe this kills you. Even if you do save. Oh man, you did not save. So you go back down.
Not Sulu.
It was Ansonia.
Back down, gets up, back down, stuck in the train, back up, back down, back
Cool.
to train.
And then at the end of your turn, I'm going to use the same thing again to use another legendary action on Sylvia.
Well,
It's
that
a
wasn't
cute
the end
little
of that wasn't the
guy
end of his
from
turn.
Infinite.
You did it.
It would be the end of his turn.
technically took him out
It would be the start of his turn. He would then roll a hit. He would then roll his death save at the end of his turn. Correct?
Yes, but so you did that attack at the end of my turn.
Yes. And at the
So,
end of his turn, because
for-
his turn would be next in order, I would be doing it at the end of his turn.
There's no.
Yes, but still, because he went down, he has to roll a death saving throw. At the end of his death saving throw, I'm going to go ahead and
You wouldn't
use
roll
another
another
legendary
death
action.
saving throw if he just got knocked.
Brother, he was up, he went down this turn. He has to roll a death saving throw on his turn. Correct?
Yes, he already did. That's how he got up.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the start of
I
this
wouldn't roll
round.
Another one. That's not the start of this fucking round.
Wait, did he do it at the start of this round?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought that was last one.
Motherfucker.
Oh,
You,
Oh, well.
you all sound like a right married couple having an argument.
I thought it was last round.
Wrong.
Calm down, you wankers, and have a cup of tea.
Never.
Have a cup of tea and a bicky.
I only assumed it was that one because he's still this one guy's still here. The wayward. I assumed it was like the last turn.
Fuck, that guy's still alive?
Oh well.
It's near. It's probably like 1 HP though.
I prefer if he didn't come towards me.
I mean,
If I knew that ghost If I knew that ghost was still alive, if I knew that y'all were still alive, I would have dealt with him instead.
Is anyone else's turn left?
I
I win.
I'm guessing we can
So do I
attack
get a turn
again
now?
now.
Or no?
You can't move.
I know. Well, I can't. Yeah, I can't do shit, but I can do a second win.
I guess so.
I'm guessing we all can attack them.
You can also
Actually-
pick up Sulo if you wanted to.
Actually, oh, it's in 30 feet. Actually, what I'm gonna do. Actually, never mind. I just found out that my baleful interdicts don't do shit. So yeah, I will pick up Sulo. I'll help up Sulo because my ranged attack does none.
I'm sure they do something.
But
No, the other one's too far away from me. So even if he is, well, actually, is he too far from me? Oh, he's not too far from me. Hold on, wait. What's my range on this?
I'll attack
Because I
the
think it changed close.
train in a minute.
You can do what you're doing. I'm currently reading my range.
Because he already had a go, so I'm trying on the thingy.
I believe you're the last one who has anything to do, babe.
Oh, hold on, wait. So it's within 30 feet.
Wait, did Arlon already go this time?
Yes.
Okay, is helping someone up an action or bonus action?
In action.
Action. Yeah.
And
Sorry,
I
so
didn't,
let me stay on the ground for a second.
didn't the train had to go and the spectral had to go anyway, so technically it's reset itself, so we've got to attack again.
Nope. It has not been the end of your turn. It's still Sylvia's turn. You
I'm
started
gonna
it
do-
with your. Sorry, I think Ryuji started.
Yeah, I started.
Yeah.
I immediately went to attack.
Yep. And then Arlana went, and then Sulo got his nat 20, and then Green Shepherd did his revive on Sylvia. Ryuji went again. Shepherd did his last thing. I did legendary action, heal, attack, heal, unarmed. Yeah. So just waiting for Sylvia.
I've done.
Oh, that-
Okay, so I'm gonna use my baleful, and I'm
How
gonna
about to turn the
use
little
an
book
action.
down?
Put one on the ghost,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna bonus action to use the fire. Technically, I'm gonna use Silly's because I already used the first one. I just wanted to take it off. Alright, so yeah, it's 30. It's within 30 feet. Good.
Get him.
Mhm.
And then I'll do fire.
Uh-huh.
So as long as it's above it, like a 1 or 2, we're good. It wasn't, was it?
It was. Yeah, it dealt 3 damage.
Cool.
And it dealt 1 damage, and he's still alive.
Okay, he's like actually at 1 health now, right? Right?
Yes, he is actually at 1 health now.
Okay, wait. Well, I tried, guys.
Alrighty, is that the end of your guys' turn?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Cool.
Gonna have to say yeah, aren't we? So. But
I think that's I would have to say that's probably the only thing we're missing with this foundry thing is we need something to highlight when our turn when we've done all our
There is.
actions.
But it requires you to actually use the stuff.
The initiative,
Yeah, it requires us to use initiative.
Fight.
Yeah, it requires us to use initiative.
Oh, okay, you know what?
It is
I guess
your
we could,
turn.
like, we could all roll initiative to put ourselves
You
on this
it is your
and
turn.
use it that way.
That is true.
To make it freeze.
I mean, like it doesn't lock us in the turn order, right? Like we can still press whatever we doing.
It would lock you in turn order, but I can add you all into one group, and then it'll work like that. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh shit, my stuff's frozen.
I mean, if
Am I
you-
moving?
Where are you going?
Is my shit moving? I can't see.
I can. Yes,
I
it's
don't
moving.
know. Oh, it's
it
broke.
moves up.
My screen's black. Yep.
Yeah, it's broke. It's broke.
Broken.
Did it break?
Oh yeah, I just got a fucking error message.
It was
internet
the,
dying?
it's the DM. He's broke it.
Oh no, is there internet dying? Ah.
I don't think so.
Fuck, where did I go to fucking click the thing again?
I got a blank screen as well.
There it is. I can't rejoin!
Ah.
Did it die?
Yeah.
Did you?
We're gonna have to leave. We're gonna have to leave and rejoin.
Refresh.
I see.
It says HTTP request exceeded. Okay,
I
do
see.
it.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have to press the link again.
I did.
It ain't working.
Oh, you might have to resend it. There.
Hold on. I have
He's
to.
gonna have to send a new link, I think.
Yes, I have to do this.
This is the one thing about this that I really don't fucking like.
It's fine. I mean, it could be worse. You could be not seeing any tokens.
Or maps.
Yeah.
Where dice rolls not go through.
Oh, that's Twitch.
Send a new link.
Yes, I will right now. I have to make sure that I'm able to send a new link.
Okay.
If not, then we're fucked.
I mean, aren't we all fucked anyway in this fight?
What did we post? What is? What was the cat dancing post for?
Oh, when Sylvia said that she had to go to the bathroom really bad.
Not me. I don't wanna.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Arlana put.
Maybe I have to go for a piss. It's not letting you, is it?
Probably not.
Ah, that's good. That was a great
Why?
campaign.
Let's see. If,
Oh, we ain't done. That thing needs to
does this
die.
work or no? If not, then we're gonna go back to the other one that wasn't working for some of you.
There's its site. No, it doesn't work.
This is what I figured.
It says
No, it
the
says-
account has exceeded its HTTP request limit. If
Yeah.
your developer page will need to upgrade your plan.
I know.
Rip.
No, I was enjoying that one.
So what happens when you try to use free services? But I can do this one. This one's also a free service. Huh?
Are you gonna bounce around the free services?
Basically.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to send me the link
Doesn't work.
to this one.
That one doesn't work? Why?
No,
Yeah, that one didn't work.
What the
keep
fuck?
saying,
all.
keep saying error.
I don't know why.
It says the site can't provide a secure connection.
Oh, we can join the old one, the first one that you sent me.
That one's working?
The Crooked Moon thing. The one in the actual Crooked Moon campaign chat.
Oh, yeah, the WVP.
I clicked on that, nothing happened. This is.
Wait, look. It says I can join session.
Which one? The one where he was that he put at 106 or?
No, the one yesterday at 526 works. Or no, that was 153. My bad.
153? Okay, then yeah, go ahead and click on that one, yeah.
The first one that says
Someone should replay
52817.
Whichever one works, just click on that one. That's fine.
I'm clicking, nothing's happening. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Y'all should replay to it so I can find it.
It's working
Okay, yeah,
again.
right. Yeah, that the 52871 worked.
Babe, it's literally in Crooked Moon campaign. Just click on it, please, and it's the first one.
Oh, that one. Cool.
If it doesn't work for you, too bad.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know why the fuck you're. Why do you even need that?
It didn't let me. It kicked me out too.
It shouldn't have. Like, why didn't you? What are you talking about?
Here,
Your
hold on,
goob?
let me use this one.
Hey,
Okay,
I'm
never
back
mind. I got it. I got it.
I'm
We're good.
about to say you shouldn't even have to use that.
I'm good. Sylvia.
Why doesn't my character say he's going to move? What?
Because
maybe
it's not
I'm
your
in there.
turn.
This is red
Wait,
dice on
No, but I didn't want to move. Why is he trying to move?
Because you moved during not your turn.
How do I stop this?
That is a question, isn't it?
Mine's loading the map.
Who knows?
There we go, I can see again. Boop, boop.
We're doing turn-based again? How do I cancel shit?
Nah, still can't.
Oh,
Hey, it's no longer afraid.
Oh, the health bar for the ghost train is glitchy, a little bit glitchy. Oh, it's taking its time to load. Never mind, it's full again. The last bit of the bar.
Huh?
I'm back to normal now. Back to where I am. Although, why is there a random D20 on top of that ghost thing?
Is to symbolize
I don't know
whose
what
turn it
that's
is. So Nox, you're not able to join?
Nope.
Why?
You asked me, man.
Did he have to send you? I think did he have to send you a link?
You had to send me like a separate one, and then call me a
Then
good
click
boy
that one.
after.
Yeah, click that one. That one should still work.
I feel
I
like
think you
probably
sent it
not.
to me. No.
Oh well, never mind.
It's
I
weird.
get to be the special one. Everyone, look at me.
You're dead.
Ugh.
Just a bloody smear on the ground after the train ran you over.
Yeah. Happens to the best of us, you know?
Those vampire genes are going to come in handy in a second.
Bones ending themselves together. Yeah, none of the ones you said
Just
me.
an unholy abomination.
So you're not
I'm just
able
gonna
to click
never
on
call.
this. And
What?
you're not able to just click on that and join.
We will see.
Why does this guy have a D20 on him?
Shush, shush.
To indicate whose turn it is.
It's the same thing that you said to me.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
We'll say I haven't had any problems. Yeah, if I just click on continue to HTTP site, it works just fine for me. So I don't know why it doesn't work for you guys if it's not working. So oh well. But it seems like everybody's here again, correct?
Yes.
I'm back.
It's still
Yeah.
my screen for
In
me,
black.
so we're gonna have to wait.
I'm not waiting
I'm
for
here.
you. Too bad.
There we go. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm only kidding, man. I'm only kidding.
Listen, man, I'm not doing much. I'll just roll my death saves and call it a day.
No, that's not
Never
allowed.
back.
Cool.
Yo, why is
on-
there a D20 on this guy?
Oh my fucking god. If
That's
one
funny.
more fucking person asks me that, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Quick, someone ask. I would, but I'm in the same room as him.
Yeah, I'm about to say you're within reaching distance.
Piercing distance. He picks up a pencil.
I have one on my desk. Don't tempt me.
Just throwing shit.
He has a bunch of stuffed animals on his desk that he can throw at me.
That's true. Alrighty. So the way I'm gonna simplify this is like you guys all have the initiative of 1, they have the initiative of 0. So I'll just go ahead and give you guys the handle whenever it's your guys' turn. That's about it.
I'm at the top.
I feel like that's another.
Or like being
It
at
is
the
your
bottom,
turn.
You know, that's fair.
Why is Ryuji not on initiative?
That's fair. Because he's dead.
Oh, Ryuji's
Not
dead?
Not
No,
dead.
no, he's injured.
Yeah, no, Nox is dead.
Nox is knocked out, but he.
Oh, I thought you were just a bloody smear on the ground.
Nah, I'm still
Fucked up.
kicking, but like.
The train
mean,
ran you
he's-
over like 3 times when you went down.
I will say Nox is pretty much
Hmm.
dead to Shepard because Shepard
He just
can't
looked like
do shit
roadkill
about
on the
it.
ground.
Just says he's
So, Shepard, the train is gonna go ahead and attack you.
How about we talk about this?
Sure, you can talk to it. Remember, it understands all languages. Well, that doesn't hit.
Yeah.
That one does, though.
No!
Make a con save.
God damn it!
He's badly injured. No.
Damn it, damn it.
It is what it is, as they say.
It's your turn.
It's a real good thing you put that bless on yourself as well.
It is your turn. It's your turn.
I mean, granted, you've been rolling fantastic, but it's like, it helped.
Oh god, what am I doing with the character?
Okay, so is it my turn? What's going on?
Yep, it's all you guys' turns.
Here? Okay, I'm going to. What can I do actually?
Oh, I can't.
Who's
I
down?
can't see my spell thingies when. Is it because it's not my go now?
It is your go.
I need to
What are you
focus
talking
on
about?
myself for a moment.
No, I can't see. I can't press the things where you know when you told me to press once and it gives me the option to press,
Oh,
press
yeah.
spells or.
Go ahead and
do
look
I-
to your left.
Take a moment to think.
Shut up, shut up.
Wow.
So click on your character, Arlana, and look to the left. There should be a little sword that says Toggle Argon Combat HUD. Click on that.
Oh yeah. I forgot you even to do. I forgot you were supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Alright, sorry, Shepard. What was it you were doing?
Oh, I cast a moment to think, and I'm just healing myself twice.
Okay. Wait, what?
Yeah.
So wait. You cast Moment to Think.
A moment to think. That
to
gives me
heal
2
yourself.
actions,
Okay.
and I use healer twice. And now I'm back. Cool. Sweet. That's the end of my turn.
I can attack.
I'm gonna.
Then.
Oh, so you can go.
Well, if you're not gonna move, I'm going to.
I can't really move because then I get fucking opportunity attacked by 2 people.
You should do it.
No.
I'm scared.
You should do it. Come on. Move.
A 9. That's gonna miss.
Oh yeah, definitely misses.
I'll just be a fucking thing.
Rip.
It was a good try though. Alrighty, Ryuji, please tell me what you're doing.
Well, 1 second.
Oh yeah, I forgot to press enter.
Also,
Nox-
Sylvia, are you
Nox
doing
is
anything?
here with spirit.
Yeah, I
Bring
want
up
to use my
up
action
up.
to help up Owl.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to bring up
And
my
then-
shit, but it's not letting me. But I
And
know
then
how
I'm
to.
gonna use my bonus
Sorry.
action to use.
I
my-
wanted to like make sure that Sula was getting up before anything else. Oh, and Green Shepherd, legendary action.
Uh-oh.
Fuck you. Fuck
Yeah.
you. You still take 1 damage, so you have to make a con save.
Oh no, 1 damage. I stuffed my toe.
Hey, you-
God damn it! Stop rolling good. All right. Are you doing anything with your bonus action, babe?
Yeah, I use second one.
Is that it?
Yep.
My
Sulo, you
free
get
to
up to
attack
1
now?
HP.
You are next.
Yes, you do.
Am
You
I free to
are.
attack now?
I
was-
possess the green die now.
I was letting them get back up, so that they would have the opportunity to do stuff. But Sulo just needs to add 1 HP, and then he gets his normal turn right after you. Okay?
Okay. So, wait. So, is me next or him?
It's you right now.
Okay.
Ooh, 16.
I don't remember. Does a 16 hit?
It should, yeah.
Better than my aim.
You didn't target him. That's why it's not showing that. It's not showing
Oh,
anything.
it took the damn target off. Okay. Alright, let me try that again. Oh shit, hold up, now. Sorry, shit's getting weird. Give me a sec.
Oh man, why you pushed so many times?
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck. It didn't load back in like correctly.
Okay.
It's a bit slow.
Would you like me to roll the attack for you, or?
Let me try one more time to bring up to toggle my combat state.
Oh, you gave the turn to Sulo. Oh,
What the fuck? Why did it?
Yeah, you removed your toggles. You untoggled your turn.
Oh, okay. So that's the problem. It's not like nothing's popping up for me, even though I'm like pressing things.
Now it's your turn.
So, alright. Before I do that, I'm going to reload the page.
Okay.
Because the problem is that nothing, like the stuff is working, but it's not appearing on my screen. So I have like, I keep accidentally removing myself.
Okay, that's fine. The link should still work, hopefully.
Yeah, I hit refresh, so
Fingers crossed it still works.
So Nox still can't join them.
Nox joined.
Did he?
Yeah. He just walked away, I guess. He said fuck
Wait.
us, we're too boring, and walked away.
No.
Exactly.
See?
No.
Okay. There we go. Now I got access to my shit. Alright, so let's again target. Scimitar attack.
Yeah, there you go. That's what we like to see.
Oh, goddamn.
Still can't see my dice, but
That's okay.
it hit.
Yep.
It was not a okay. It was a 19. Wonder like why it hit so hard. All right, 11 slashing damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
All right, bonus action, unarmed strike.
Yeah.
Thing needs to go the fuck down. All right, 26.
Oh my god.
It's a
He's
lot of
almost
damage.
dead.
It's almost
No.
down. Somebody fuck it up.
Is that the end
Wait,
of your go?
no, it's not. With that attack I just did. Nah, that doesn't fucking matter right now. It's too late for me to try to start doing that. Yeah, that's it for me. All in my turn.
Cool. At the end of your turn, he's going to use a legendary action.
Oh my god.
And unfortunately for you guys, there's going to be a hilarious one.
Just fucking
It won't
detonates.
be.
Oh, is it gonna?
Is it gonna be? Oh no! Don't net.
I think it's just gonna run us over because there's like 3 of us lined up now.
It is
Oh
in fact going to do
my
that.
God.
God damn! I just healed myself.
It is going to move half its movement speed directly into all of you. So all of you
And
need...
then explode.
It is not going to explode. It cannot explode.
Yeah, let's say, does it even do damage or just
Am I
grapple?
still frightened? Because my thing did disappear.
Do you want me to tell you the real answer about whether or not it does damage, or would you just like to just be grappled?
I'll just be grappled.
Okay.
I would love to be just grappled.
Get caught in your loving arms.
Zulu, it's your
Where
turn.
the fuck is the rest of you? Why the hell are you guys on me to goddamn fucking afraid?
Well, they did get run over, so.
Yeah,
Fuck the motherfucker,
was
you
is
did
it
it.
a dex save that I can do?
At the
You
start of
fell
your
off.
turn.
Okay, well it is.
Anyway,
my
somebody
turn.
please finish it the fuck off.
It's all out.
It's Zulu's turn,
Yeah.
apparently.
Apparently.
That motherfucker is at like 1 HP. Oh.
Now I
Yes.
fucking get grappled again. God damn it.
You are in
Oh,
fact
right, we have to roll.
grappled.
Right, we have to roll a
Dex
dex
save,
save for the
right?
justice, right?
Yep.
Yep.
I did forget about that for a second. Hold up.
You are grappled.
Nope.
Do I still get my action?
Yeah, you can take your action. It's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna attack at disadvantage. then.
Uh,
Where
Did
the
I
fuck
speak?
Where the fuck is Ryuji at? There he is. Where the fuck?
You did run him over. He disappeared.
He's sneak attacking the undercarriage.
Yeah, wait, DM, that's you with a 15 or?
Huh? No, you do not pass with the 15.
Okay.
Oh boy.
That's fine. I need y'all to kill it. Look, it's at 1 HP. Kill it. Kill it now.
Can't do anything. I have to wait for me to go.
What are you doing, Sulo? Oh, missing.
I just tried to tag him. You know, failed miserably.
That's the back of the train.
Awesome.
Oh,
I believe that's all, right? Yeah, that's all of you guys. Yeah. Hell yeah.
oh.
You are your turn.
We're gonna go ahead and do the Wayward Haint's turn first,
It's your turn.
and with
Oh,
that,
fucker is still alive.
He's
that
still
fucker
alive?
is
I
still
didn't see
alive.
him! No! Stay away from me!
Emo's near death.
It's so funny. You guys
I
keep
didn't
fucking-
consent to this!
You guys keep ignoring this poor little Wayward Haint. Oh my god, dude.
Did he land his hits? What the fuck?
Yep.
Look,
He
man,
takes
I
6
hit
damage.
one. They're about to say, look, I
No!
hit
I
one off.
finally lost less!
Fuck yes!
It lasted the entire boss fight.
And he goes go ahead and end his turn inside of you,
Oh dear.
making you
Oh
take
dear, indeed.
another D10. There you go. Take 9 damage.
Oh.
Cool.
Save me!
I can't do anything.
You have a bow!
I can't heal anybody. Look, here's a track record of either hitting you or a bad guy. It's equal ground.
I don't know. Apparently, it's still the other guy's turn. The bad guy.
It is the bad guy's turn.
Mine.
It's your
So I
turn.
can't do anything until they've let that go.
Let's see. Which one
You're
would be
being
the...
very offensive to that guy.
Cool.
Alright.
Ryuji is gonna go ahead and make an attack against you. I believe I can make an attack against a grappled creature, correct?
I mean,
Should? I mean, I guess it does depend on what attack you're doing, but you should be able to.
What was that?
Yeah, I should be able to attack. Yeah, it's just a normal attack,
Is it really?
possibly. Already. What does this do?
Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Ignore that. Delete. There you
Okay. Yep. Okay. Ryuji is gonna go ahead and make 2 rail slam attacks against you. Ouch! That
Weird.
fucking sucks. And 25.
Is this slashing, bludgeoning, or piercing damage?
Would that matter?
Yeah. Oh my god.
I got myself in the right
I-
pickle here, but
You shouldn't have any
someone's
more things
badly injured.
because he lost concentration.
No, it's not black. It would have been the my direct attack, which is on the damn timer before reaction, which I couldn't fucking press in time because you didn't tell me what the fuck it was.
Oh, I mean, I think it's bludgeoning. If you want, I can just add 3. I can just add 3 back to you. Unless there's something like those. Unless there's something else you have to do.
this is why we need a
No, it's
barbarian.
just it's my reaction when I get attacked.
Oh, what does it do?
I can reduce the damage by 1d10 plus my dex modifier and my monk level.
Okay, you want to do that real quick? See how much you can reduce it by?
Pardon me?
I mean, the train's gonna die literally next turn, but
He doesn't want to die too, though.
14.
Okay,
All right, you
all
get it.
for it.
You get. Well, that's not how that works, my good sir.
Yeah, I don't know why it healed. It should not have done that.
That's
Because you're
weird.
barely injured. Impressive.
I know, right? He just gained 14 HP because he deflected an attack. That's crazy. I didn't know monks could do that.
I'm fixing that. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why it was the heal. For some reason.
I don't know why
I
it was
reduced-
heal either. You reduced the 14 by 6, so you take no damage. That's cool. And yeah, that's the end of its turn.
Yeah, can I go?
It's your turn. It's your
I'm gonna
turn.
attack the train immediately.
I'm not gonna go for the train, obviously. I'm gonna attack
Another death save.
with my bow.
Let's hope you fail. Woo! Damn it!
Nope.
Wow.
Did the 16
No
miss?
dark deals this day.
16 hits. I believe you guys just kill it. I believe it's dead.
I might as well do the damage as well then. Yep.
The first time you've done
Oh my
good amounts of
God.
damage.
Hey!
You know what? It's better than what I've been doing. So
That is fair. You've been doing pretty bad.
I've just been
Apparently,
getting dragged
apparently
on
it's
this
Nox's
fucking
turn,
train.
but he's dead.
I
Not
already
a good-
rolled my death save. What?
Alrighty, guys. That
Why
was
is it
the end
direwolf?
of combat. What?
It says direwolves in the next.
No,
Battle?
you're not
Hey.
supposed
What
to
about
see
the
that.
fucking
You're not
guy
supposed to
next
see
to me?
that.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
Direwolves,
and
huh?
werewolves.
Hey, wait. Hey, get out of
Are you
that.
seeing this?
Get
guys?
out of that scene. Get out of. Oh shit! Whoops.
It says not started, so it's too late. Your secrets have
Go.
been unraveled.
What is happening?
Nothing.
Okay, what the fuck
Pretend
are
you don't
yeah,
see anything.
What are you guys looking at?
there you go, attention to the
Under
man
the combat
behind the
encounter.
Oh, you're
has
right.
been-
Dire werewolf goat.
Just pay no mind. Pay no mind to that. You don't have to worry about that.
Are we about to get jumped by dire wolves?
So you said about
Um,
combat, but what about
we do
the
have
spectral? That's
20
inside.
more minutes before we have to call it. So, with that, we're gonna wrap up this little scene here.
What about the spectral that's inside Shepherd?
Oh, it dies.
I was like, it's the lion.
All you had to do was kill the
Yeah.
train.
Hey, we beat the boss. It only took
Oh, and all status effects are
three and a
gone.
half fucking hours.
All status effects are gone, and everything like that. So, you guys are no longer dying. You're no longer bloodied or something. Well, I mean, I guess you're still bloodied if you have less than your total HP, but you're no longer grappled, frightened, or stuff like that.
I still have the curse applied to me though, right?
Yes, you do.
Aralon's just gonna give
Figure.
CPR. Give Nox CPR. Stay with me.
Stay alive. Stay alive.
No, you can just like flick him on the forehead and he'd wake up.
Yeah, not fucking Ryuji's just like watching this and he's thinking back to what he told what he told Nox. Like, yep.
Do you want some blood? I've got some. You can have it.
Don't do that.
Sounds
I'm
like
not part
that.
of that. I'm not.
don't
I'm not
do
part of that.
Awesome.
I'll heal myself.
So with the ghost light removed, you see coming out from behind inside the forest, some familiar faces.
Can I shoot them?
They were just sitting there watching us die.
The vagrant
Yeah.
comes
They
out like,
were.
"Phew! I'm glad you guys took care of that. Oof, I would have known what
Yeah, I
happened."
bet you are.
Nox, come on, come back.
You want me to
Just
make you
put
a
him on
death
the
save?
head.
I'm just gonna pick up like Arlana. Be like, Shepard, can you help up Precious over here?
Oh yeah. By the way, Nox, you're no longer afflicted with the thing that makes you unable to get HP back.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, I walk over and I fucking use my healer's kit on him.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm just gonna
with
pick
the
up our.
ending of the ghost light,
Just gonna move Arlana away from him.
it grumbles and shudders with a burst of otherworldly light. Its face becomes a nightmare exaggeration with a crooked iron grin, and huge black plums of billowing souls erupt from its smokestack, each one twisted into writhing shadows that look like gnarled branches. And
What's
then
doing
with its face, whenever it's completely dead, Its malicious face disappears and its true form returns, belching out the corrupted corruption in an acrid black cloud. What remains of the phantom train hopper writhes and rages against its final destruction. But it is quickly annihilated by the billowing fog of the shroud before the mist dissipates from the Wickermore Hollow. And then this is where the little vagrant comes in. Sorry, friends! Looks like the Ghost Island Express is moving on, In its current state, it can't take any living passengers. Oh, wait. No, you're not
We're
supposed to hear
not
about
living
that.
anywhere.
You're
We're
not
not
supposed to
living
hear about that yet.
anyway.
That's fine.
We're dead.
He says, I'm afraid as soon as I get it all fixed up, I'll be sure to return and pick you back up. But for now, it looks like this is the end of the line. I'll see you in a little while, I think. And he hops in his train that's now fully lit up and disappears.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. They're gonna go before I can fucking talk to him.
No, you don't. Of course he's
Still
talking.
Yeah, I'm just like, wait. You want us to just fucking sit here?
Well, yeah, what else are you supposed to do?
Where are we meant to go from here?
That's when Philip, Philip and Adela, well, mainly just Philip stands forward. He's like, well, if you don't have anywhere to go, we're about to head into, I know there's a village around here. We saw the sign a little while ago while we were looking through the forest to see if there was anything we could do to help. We saw a sign that led to a village, if you don't all mind going over there.
Yeah, let's do that.
Alrighty then.
Yay!
And then the vagrant says, Of course, see? It all works out in the end. I'll see you guys later! And the train disappears, and so does he.
I signed to Philip. Oh, he doesn't understand sign if I remember correctly.
He does.
He
Oh,
gives you a fat
Does,
little
okay, cool.
finger.
You know that he understands everything. Just so you know. He looks at you and is very confused. He says, we're not in a province. We're in Wickermore, which is technically the province that we're in."
Huh.
And you recall that Wickermore is not a place you want to be in.
Ah.
I'm still holding Arlana like luggage so she get the hell off of Nox.
No.
Alright. And, so, Philip shakes his head and glances east towards the sign he was looking at. And a grin lays on his lips. Well now. It's time we leave this dreary place behind. The village I was talking about isn't far from here. The last time we had contact with this place, they said we had an estate waiting for us. The mayor had sent us a letter ages ago saying it was a gift, but we never really got never got around to responding. But hey, maybe it's still here for us. As he claps his hands, and Adela walks up beside him and says, gently touches his arms, beaming. Oh, Philly, isn't this just a serendipity? I bet the villagers will be jazzed to see you. And Philip nods his head, giving her a hand, a playful squeeze. Oh, that's right, darling. Let's treat this little hiccup as a stroke of luck, a chance to see new sights. With a flourish, he twirls his cane and turns to you all with a wink. Since you handle the train so well, how about escorting us to Wickermore Village?
You know, I don't think we have a
Sure.
choice. God, just
Sure. Why not?
And that is where we will end the session.
You could do with a long rest, that's for sure.
You will not get any long. You will get a short rest, and then we will pick this up next session.
Yeah, I'll play short rest.
Nox is like on the ground, like hearing all this and just kind of like raspily saying water.
Yeah, it's just like you're on the ground. I'm carrying Arlana like luggage, so she.
Why don't
Hey,
you
but-
carry me?
I'm back to full HP.
Sure. And you say that, I say, sure. Why the hell not? And I pick you up as well.
Nox, I'm glad
Yeah.
you're alive. I was so worried.
I don't know if I am.
Woman, you have got to chill.
I walk over and
Cool. It even tells me what it is you guys recovered.
no,
That's cool.
Continue patching him up.
Cool. with that, yeah, this is where we will end the session, and you guys can tell me anything you might want to change or add or anything like that.